Okay, we'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. This is the regular City Council meeting for the City of Los Alamitos. It is Monday, July 15th. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Edgar?
Here.
Councilmember Gross?
Here.
Councilmember Murphy?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Graham Mejia? Here. Mayor Kusamoto?
Here. Okay, we'll start with the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Councilmember Gross, and I'll follow up with the invocation. If you would remain standing after the pledge, then we'll go ahead and proceed.
Please join me in renewing your pledge to the greatest country on this earth.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please bow your heads. Dear Lord, we just thank you that we can be here together, and ask that you would bless this council as we carry on the work of the people, and that you would bless the men and women who serve under the flag of the United States, protecting us in various ways. And especially, Lord, we ask that you bless the firefighters who protect us and who protect life and property, and who have given their all in protecting this nation. In your name, amen. Amen. Okay, we're going to go ahead and start with presentations. First, Yeah, I think we're going to go forward. We have Seth Eaker, Elizabeth Kane, and Mark Lupesky. Is that how I say it?
Lupesco.
Lupesco.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, and residents of Los Alamitos who might be looking on this evening. My name is Elizabeth Kane. I am a Seal Beach resident, and I'm here with my two co-directors of Run Seal Beach, representing the race this evening. This is always a very exciting and wonderful time of year for Run Seal Beach because we get to announce, like Christmas, the grant givebacks from our annual race efforts. And so we thank you for indulging us for just a little bit this evening, but at the end I think you'll see why what we have to tell you is very important to Los Alamitos. We would like to point out, as we did in Seal Beach, that our organization is very uniquely positioned to make a difference in the community. We are a 100% volunteer effort, 100% volunteer staffed and managed, and it's our privilege and honor to do what we do every year and to see the wide impact of our race and the monies we give back in the community. Every organization, we would like to give you this caveat, every organization that we honor with a grant is equally deserving in the similar type of recognition that Run Seal Beach has been able to garner over the last years for their devotion to their causes and the number of hours that they give 365 days of the year, of which you have many of these organizations in the city of Los Alamitos. And we are honored to be able to service them in helping them service the community. As I stated, we are a 100% volunteer organization, but we did become nonprofit only in 1999. Last year was our 2013 was our 39th annual run. We started the grant program to the community in 2003, so this is our 11th year, and we established a secondary tier of the grant program in 2011 for Directors Awards. The Directors Awards are a unique contribution whereby we set aside a very small portion of the net proceeds and grant organizations that might not normally fall under our charter, which is recreation, an opportunity to get grants that help them in the service of the community, and they're generally much smaller, and it's a very small portion of our total awards. And as I said, this is our 11th year, and we have some really exciting news. 2013, our race in April, was another year of records for our organization. We had a record number of children participating in our 1K run, 420 to be exact. We had a record number of people who came to run with their friends and their neighbors in our team participation. 1,200 people came as team members. We had 34 sponsors, many who have been with us the entire 11 years of the grant programs. And we had a record number of individual organizations requesting funds for our core grant program, 73, which was up from a grant requests of about 50 last year. And as you're going to hear just in a little bit, we gave a record number of not only total grants, but dollars awarded. The attendance at our race has grown steadily since 2003, in addition to the monies we have given back. In 2003, we had a base of about 1,800 ongoing people who participated each year. And for the last 2 years, we have capped our participation at 6,000 because we feel that it best represents a blend where our participants have a wonderful day and the members of our community aren't overly burdened by the number of people coming in. From 2003 until this year, our grants have risen dramatically as well. In 2003, we gave a total of $27,000 in our first year to 7 local organizations. This year, you're going to hear a very different number, but I will tell you that our compound growth rate over 11 years has been 18.69% over 11 years. And I don't know about you, but I'd like that return on my money personally. In a similar fashion, the number of organizations that we have reached out to and we impact has grown. As I said, in 2007, we impacted 7 organizations, and this year we will impact more than 86 total organizations through our giving, which is huge. If you take that number of organizations and you multiply that out like the Wella Balsam commercial where they have 2 friends and they have 2 friends, you can kind of imagine the exponentiality of how many people we are touching in the community every year, let alone how many we've touched over 11 years. So with that, I would like to tell you about the money we gave away in 2013. Our core grant awards, which again are given to those organizations who have a charter and nonprofit and have recreation base, and we award them for services or programs to support recreation. We gave away a total of $159,350 in core grants, which was a 14.8% increase over last year in total dollars just for core grants. That represented 72 individual grants, 62 different organizations, and 12 of those 62 organizations were new to us this year, which is a wonderful thing because the word is out and we're reaching even more people year by year. Our Directors Awards, again, a smaller portion, we awarded a total of $18,500 in Directors Awards. This represented 25 individual grants to 24 organizations, 8 of whom, again, were new organizations to us this year. So in total, because math above the numbers is hard for me, we gave away almost $178,000 in 2013 to the tune of $177,850, 97 individual grants, 86 individual organizations, and 20 of them, 23%, were brand new individuals and organizations that we are capable of serving this year, and that was a wonderful feat for us. So where does that put us for 11 years? This in itself is just outstanding. In our 11 years, we have awarded over 351 separate grants to this community. And when I say this community, it doesn't service just Seal Beach, but Los Alamitos and Rossmore as well. We have served 102 individual organizations over the 11 years. And our biggest news of all was that this year, with our 11th year, we have surpassed the $1 million mark in 11 years, having exceeded $1,003,500 in our first 11 years. And so what? Why is this important to you in Los Alamitos? Well, let me just give you a quick summary of where some of our money has gone. Over the 11 years, Los Alamitos High School booster clubs, which support the athletic organizations and the music programs and many other areas in the high school, have been a recipient of $379,895, or almost 38% of our total grants. Other schools like Oak, McAuliffe, McGaw, Hopkinson, Weaver, have also been beneficiaries to the tune of $88,450 for programs, another 9%. And other Los Alamitos-based nonprofit organizations like the Cancer Support Foundation and Casa Youth Shelter, and many organizations that are just right here around the corner from you, have garnered a total of $100,300, another 10%. In total, organizations in the Los Alamitos area have received over 56%, almost 57% of our total funds in 11 years, for a total of $568,645. We passed out packets to all of you this evening that show a breakdown of all of the Los Alamitos-based organizations, the monies that they have been given by year, and a breakdown of all of that information so that you can share and understand how important Los Alamitos has been as a part of our program and how proud we are to service the community. 58 of our 102 organizations, 57% of our total, have been Los Alamitos organizations. We've touched the lives of thousands and thousands of your residents and students for the last 11 years. But we have one last award to make tonight. I've given everything else away but this one. So Mayor Kusamoto and Corey, if you would please come up. We have one last check that we would like to present to the City of Los Alamitos Recreation Department this year. $1,500 that is going to the summer recreation program to help with scholarships so that deserving individuals who might otherwise afford to attend programs can. So if you'll bear with us just a moment for a photo op, we'd like to present this check. We would also just like to present and show the community, if you would come with us here. Here is our $1.3 million that we have presented in the last 11 years. And I'm not sure when we started this endeavor 11 years ago and we gave away $27,000 if we ever thought in our wildest dreams that we would get here. But here we are, and we're very excited and pleased to be able to do this for the community. In closing, we don't have the right words in our language, in the English language, that says thank you at this level and this magnitude to our community, to our cities, to our sponsors, and for our participants who year after year come out to support us. But it's the only word that we seem to have. So from Run Seal Beach, we would like to say thank you. And we would also like to challenge the City of Los Alamitos, City Council, and executives to pull together their own city team next year and come down and join us on April 5th, 2014, as we celebrate our 40th anniversary run. And you can come as Team Los Alamitos and represent your city. So thank you very, very much, and we look forward to seeing you next year.
Thank you.
I just have to add one more thing, Seth Eker, Run Seal Beach. Normally I'm the person talking. It's delightful to have Elizabeth here, and I just want to say publicly to the council, to the staff, and to the citizenry, these two people, Mark Lupesco and Elizabeth Kane, are the heartbeat of this organization, and if not for them, this $1 million mark would never have happened. So they really deserve a huge amount of thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, so next on the agenda, we'll go ahead and handle the two things, but in order. So if I have the council join me down in front. And Chief, would you mind, Chief Matter? If I may ask Sergeant Rick De Leon. So in observation of your many years of service to the city, to our citizens, we have this plaque for you, and I think Chief's going to say a few words here if I may pass this.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. Yes, it's it's our honor to say goodbye to a longtime employee of our police department. Rick DeLeon has been with us for 30 years, starting in 1983 as a police cadet, rose through the ranks and retired as a police sergeant 2 weeks ago. Rick has been such a valuable member of our police department. We're going to miss him dearly, and I know we all wish him the best.
Actually, I would like to just say a couple things. Working here in Los Alamitos for the past 30 years, I've said it before and I'll say it again. It's been, look, I didn't grow up in Los Alamitos, but it's been my second home. And it's just amazing to work in a place for so many years and be so connected. And seeing generations of not just fellow employees, but even city governments and city councils, it is definitely bittersweet. Todd and I worked together for 27 years. Cassandra and I, Dan Brandt. I mean, it's just amazing to work with so many people for so many years and have those connections. So I just want to say that I hope that I've served the city of Los Alamitos well. Certainly, they have touched me, and I hope that I've touched the lives of the people that I've come in contact with over the last 30 years. So thank you all, and God bless you guys.
Thank you. And then next, Susan Brown. Again, in recognition of your many years of service, and I guess on to new adventures, new endeavors. So here's on behalf of the city, I get to present this to you. Chief, something else to say?
Sure. We're bidding farewell to another long-term police department employee. Susan Brown started her career with us more than 20 years ago. In 1992, she came on board as a part-time dispatcher and record specialist, and it did that up until the point that our dispatch center went to Westcom. Then she worked part-time. She remained part-time for us and at Westcom for a little while, if I understand right. And then she came on board full-time with us in 2003 as a record specialist. But she wears many hats. She handles our court liaison, coordinating the court appearances with our officers and getting court packages together for prosecution. She has been involved in our property management. She fills in on occasion for our secretary when she's off. So Susan is going to be a very, very hard to replace because she's just done so much for us over the years. And we're going to miss her as she relocates out of the state. So thank you for all of your service.
I just wanted to thank that's okay. My voice, I don't need it. I want to thank everybody, thank the city for allowing me to serve, raise my family, and we'll miss everything. And Rick pretty much said everything else. So thank you. Thank you.
Okay, next up on item 5D, it's the I-405 project update by OCTA. We have Neil Barrett and Christina Byrne.
So, Mayor, how will we handle the staff report?
Oh, and I think, and also in our, agenda, we have a I-405 discussion topic. We'd like to go ahead and move that out of order. So if you wouldn't mind staying around for that, we can have that discussion.
Of course.
And we'll stick that right before oral communications. Okay.
Thank you very much. Again, my name is Niall Barrett, Program Manager with the Orange County Transportation Authority. Christina Byrne is here behind me. And first of all, thank you for having us over here tonight to give you an update on the I-405 improvement project. One thing to note about the I-405 improvement project, what it is not the West County Connectors project, which is under construction today. So not to be confused with the West County Connectors project, which spans approximately between the 22 and the 605 on the 405. The I-405 improvement project is a much longer project, as you can see from our study area. It expands again from the 605 in the north down almost as far as the 73 in Costa Mesa at the southern end. And the project area is approximately half a mile on each side of the 405, and that's just the area that we send a lot of information out to. That's considered our study area. Now, the need for the project, of course, anybody who travels the 405 today knows how bad it is and how bad it can get. And, of course, it's projected to get worse, unfortunately. We have deficiencies, both operational as well as geometric deficiencies, storage capacity, various different kinds of deficiencies there today. The HOV lane is overused, which is a good thing, but unfortunately it is degraded also. HOV is high occupancy vehicle or a carpool lane. And so really, to put it in a nutshell, the existing and future projected traffic exceeds the available capacity on the 405. The improvements then consist of widening the 405, and I'll get into which alternatives we've been studying. But the plan is essentially to bring all the overcrossings up to the Master Plan of Arterial Highway standards. Of course, improve local access, not just for cars, but bicycles and pedestrians as well. And also to maintain or improve on the existing sound walls as we widen any freeway. There are times when there are existing sound walls that will be replaced, and there may be new sound walls that would go in order to alleviate the noise coming off the 405. The alternatives that we've studied are, as well as the no-build alternative, which we always study, we have 3 build alternatives. Alternative 1 adds 1 general purpose lane on the 405 in each direction. Alternative 2 adds 2 general purpose lanes in each direction. Alternative 3 adds 1 general purpose lane in each direction and 1 high occupancy toll or a hot or an express lane in each direction, which coupled with the existing carpool lane would be combined to provide a 2-lane express facility. So all 3 of these alternatives contain at least 1 general purpose lane in each direction, which was the promise to the voters of the M2 project back in 2006. Just briefly, the estimates, $1.3, $1.4, and $1.7 billion, respectively. And one of the reasons people ask, why does alternative 3 cost so much more than the other 2 alternatives? All 3 alternatives would demolish and replace all of the existing overcrossings along the 405, but alternative 3 is a longer alternative. It extends to the 73, and so it goes beyond the reach of the other 2 alternatives. And then we also just show some of the revised cost estimates that we've come up with in the last year or so, and these are primarily due to the deletion of braided ramps down in the city of Fountain Valley, as well as if we were to truncate alternative 3 to have approximately the same footprint as the other 2 alternatives. So in May 2012, we released our draft environmental document. We had 4 public hearings and received over 1,200 public comments. And those comments, along with responses to the comments, will be included in the final environmental document. It is an EIR-EIS, which is scheduled for release in May of next year, 2014. Some of the comments, the themes that we received, we've listed them here by city. You can see the first one for the city of Costa Mesa. There was a lot of concern about the replacement of the Fairview Bridge overcrossing, and this bridge has been widened and widened again in the last few years. And so that was an issue that the local residents had over traffic disruption while we replaced the Fairview overcrossing. In Fountain Valley, a lot of the comments had to do with business relocations and various other right-of-way impacts. In Westminster, the main theme seemed to be parking and also some issues with how we would stage and construct those overcrossings. Seal Beach, the Almond Avenue Sound Wall in College Park East was a major concern for those residents. Alternative 2 would require that we relocate the existing Almond Avenue sound wall. Essentially, Alternative 2 between the 22 and the 605 adds the 2 general purpose lanes, but because the West County Connector adds an additional HOV lane, as I say, the project that's under construction today, then Alternative 3 would just need to add 1 extra general purpose lane. So between the 22 and the 605, Alternatives 1 and 3 are similar, 1 GP, whereas Alternative 2, by adding an additional general purpose lane, would require the demolition and the replacement of the Almond Avenue sound wall. For all 3 alternatives, we heard comments from traffic at the county line, and then also there was a general concern about the need for transponders and a perceived takeaway for people. If today 2+ you are considered a carpooler, and the proposal was to change that to 3+, you would be free as a carpooler. A 2+ carpool couple would need to pay very similar to the 91 express lanes that OCTA owns and operates on the 91. So over the last several months, in October 22nd, the OCTA board selected the locally preferred alternative. And then in December 2012, based on comments that we received from the city of Long Beach, we prepared a supplemental draft traffic study which really looks at the implications of our project on traffic north of the county line, primarily in the city of Long Beach, and also to some extent up the 605 all the way up to Carson was studied as well as part of that traffic study. And in April 2013, Caltrans provided a HOV degradation study to the OCTA board. And really this outlines, as I say, it's almost that the HOV lanes are a victim of their own success and that so many people are using them now during the rush hour. Really, there's often very little difference in traffic speeds between the HOV lanes and the general purpose lanes. One thing, MAP 21 back in July of 2012 included language that means that various departments of transportation, Caltrans included, must now look at those HOV lanes to see to what extent they're degraded and to propose various concepts and alternatives as to how to address that degradation for those HOV lanes. On April 22nd, also, the OCTA boards directed staff to screen option A and B. Now, what I'll do is I guess I'll get to option A and B in just a second as to what those are. First, I'll just focus on the supplemental draft EIR-EIS, which is currently on the streets. We have a lot of information at the back, notices for people to pick up on their way out. So we've looked at the impacts for all 3 of the alternatives in and around the southern Los Angeles County line. And what we've done is we've decided to release a supplemental draft EIR-EIS because of the cumulative effects of the traffic on not just the 405 or the 22, but also those city streets. And there will be a public hearing coming up in, I think it's July 26th. July 24th. So in approximately 2 weeks, we will have a public hearing to tell people more about exactly what is in the supplemental draft EIR-EIS. So we began the release, the period for the supplemental on June 28th. That extends 45 days until August 12th. This just goes over some of the outreach that we're undergoing to get the word out as far as newspaper, ads, email blasts. We have a large database at this stage where people basically they sign up to get these email blasts for various different projects that OCTA has. We've got the 14,000 postcards and various other print and social media. And as I say, that public hearing is in Hill Middle School in the city of Long Beach, July 24th, beginning at 6 to 8 p.m. And that's the address in Long Beach. Now, the intersections that were studied, there are 35, and as you can see, we studied all the way up to Carson Street on the 605, all the way to Lakewood on the 405, and all the way to what's locally known as the Iron Triangle, 7th, Bellflower, and PCH in the city of Long Beach. So we went through them all to see what additional impacts and therefore mitigations could be proposed as part of the supplemental to include, and the supplemental is, as obviously by its name, an addition to, but it will also become part of the final. So in other words, any comments that we receive on the supplemental will be addressed, and those comments and responses will be published as part of the final EIR-EIS in May of next year. So some of the potential mitigation identified for alternative 1, we had some minor improvements along SR 22, primarily in the city of Long Beach, and 4 intersections. Alternative 2, of course, adds more lanes than alternative 1, so we have the same improvements on the State Route 22 and an additional 8 intersections. And then for alternative 3, it looks a little more like alternative 1 because those express lanes, if constructed, would either head on up the 405 or on up the 605 as part of the West County Connectors. Now, when we construct our HOV connector up the 605, that's where that second express lane would go. So for alternative 3, it's really just those improvements to the 8 intersections, all within the city of Long Beach. So back to those concepts I mentioned earlier, on April 22nd, the OCTA board authorized staff to screen these 2 concepts, and these are slight variations, if you will, on some of the alternatives that we've been looking at as part of the project to date. Concept A would essentially build alternative 2, but convert the existing HOV, that's the carpool lane, into a HOT, an express lane. And so you've got an express lane, just 1 in each direction, not 2, and then 2 additional GP lanes as well. The concept B then is essentially alternative 2, but we would truncate one of those general purpose lanes in the northbound direction at approximately the 22, and what this would do is get rid of the need to replace the Almond Avenue sound wall, for one thing, along College Park East. We've highlighted them differently here. The design variation for alternative 2, which is concept B, is essentially you're building less than what alternative 2 called out. The concept A would be a new alternative, and if the board were to decide to proceed with a new alternative, it would have greater impacts to the overall schedule because it is in effect as I say, a new alternative. So the schedule then, we'll take it up from where we are today. We've released our supplemental draft, and we have our public hearing this month in July. The public comment period ends on August 12th. And then we plan to go back to the OCTA board with the results of the public hearing, the supplemental draft EIR-EIS, those We'll have a snapshot of those comments to make our board aware. And then also we'll have the information on those two concepts that we're currently screening as to their viability as either a design revision or a new project alternative. If the board decides, chooses to change the alternative from the locally preferred alternative, which they have selected alternative 1 as of last October, that would happen in September, or the board can decide to keep with the same locally preferred alternative. That information then gets given over to Caltrans and the project development team, and the plan is in October that PDT team will select what's known as the preferred alternative. Now, people have asked me why would or could Caltrans choose a different alternative than the one that the OCTA board has already chosen, and in theory they could, although the lion's share of the funding, $1.3 billion, is made up of M2 dollars, which is controlled by the OCTA board. As I said earlier, the final EIR-EIS is scheduled for May 2014. The plan is to deliver this project via design-build method rather than traditional design-bid-build, and our schedule shows that we would begin construction in mid-2015, with construction scheduled to last approximately 4 to 4.5 years, depending on which alternative is under construction. So, as I always say, I encourage people to get to our public hearing. I encourage people to get to our website to read the supplemental draft that we have, and please provide comments, no matter how big or small. We always welcome all comments from the public. We've given here the email that those comments can be submitted to, and the standard address as well, Smita Deshpande of Caltrans. And we select comments until August 12th. For more information then, we have the OCTA website, as well as Caltrans's website for links to this project, the 405, and we're on Facebook. For those of you perhaps who are on Facebook as well, these are various ways to get the information. We have fact sheets. As I said, we've got some additional information at the front door for anybody leaving today. But again, I encourage anybody to please get online. We also have the supplemental in various libraries and in various cities within the project study area. And so we've hard copies of the supplemental draft EIR-EIS also in Caltrans as well. That's it. With that, I'm open to any questions if anybody has any.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions here?
I'm going to save mine until the staff report.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So that closes our items 5, and we're going to take things a little bit out of order. We're going to go ahead and move item 10B forward, which is relevant to the OCTA and this topic. So with that, we have the staff report for 10B.
Or do we want to do this? Never mind.
No, we're going to do oral then. Yeah. I know.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you very much for the opportunity to present this to you. Upon the release of this new supplemental EIR, and the reintroduction of the high occupancy toll lanes, or the hot lanes, Councilmember Edgar has requested an opportunity to address some outstanding issues related to the I-405 improvement project. OCTA, in cooperation with Caltrans, is proposing to widen the 405, as we just saw, from the 73 up to our neck of the woods, near the 605. The 405 is congested. I think we all know that, and it's necessary for improvements. And I think this council and most councils along the corridor were convinced that in October 2012, with the Transportation Board voting 12-4 to support construction plans where they would add the one lane, that the issue of toll lanes was off the table for a period of time. So it ended the push to try to defend toll lanes coming up as a topic in there. Immediately following that decision in October, there was a turnover in the OCTA board with city elections and the impacts of those elections, 10 members were replaced on the board. Additionally, the City of Long Beach and Gateway Cities began to get heavily invested in the I-405 project, and the need for the EIR, supplemental EIR, came to fruition. This issue had forced the board to re-examine the controversial issue again, and while drafting the supplemental impact report. In April of 2013, earlier this year, OCTA board members voted to revisit the idea of high occupancy toll lanes, or the hot lanes, to the 405 project, despite the October 2002 selection of an alternative configuration that did not include such lanes. I know the City Council wanted to look at this tonight. There's a few issues there we've added in the bullet point form. Staff has also added a resolution in case the City Council is interested, a resolution to establish a collective council policy so that we carried a unified message regarding high occupancy toll lanes when we all work with the OCTA on the I-405 project. This resolution is certainly optional for the City Council, but sends a direct message to OCTA regarding our feelings regarding the toll lanes. And with that, I send it back to the mayor.
Thank you very much. So back to the council. Questions, comments of staff on this?
I'll start.
Please.
I'm the delegate on the I-405, was not able to attend the meeting, talked with staff from the I-405, requested a tape of the meeting so that I could hear the conversations that were going on, and also requested that the I-405 representatives come today to update everyone because there are some serious changes that are happening here. I know Councilmember Edgar requested the action here tonight, which I really appreciate, and that was kind of the idea, is once you did your update, we could discuss it as a council and then take action from there. So it's actually working pretty well that he's brought this forward. I have concerns. It seems disheartening to me that we've already had members of different cities vote on this, come to an agreement, and now Long Beach and the Gateway Cities comes to the table late and wants to have all these additional things done, which I understand we may have to address items because of the pass-through traffic from our county to theirs. I understand that. My concern is that now we're readdressing whether or not we're going to have 2 lanes as opposed to 1, which would implement more taking of properties, and I don't support that. I didn't support it the first time around, and I certainly don't support it this time. And the HOV lanes, that was very clear with the past members of this board that there was not support. And I just feel like this is an in-run where you have the new people, and now we're looking at this again. I believe the past board has spoken, and I feel that this is in bad taste, that now we're having to take a second shot at it. So I'll go ahead and let Troy bring what he had to, and then second go around, I have some other things I'd like to say.
Go ahead, Troy.
Okay. Thank you, Mayor. I guess to start off, I would look at, if it's okay with you, Mayor, I'd like to look at staff and OCTA as one body because I have some questions, and whoever could answer would be helpful. Okay. I would agree with Jerry. I brought this up. The call to action is that we're required by law to respond to the supplemental EIR by August 12th. So this is our last council meeting that we have before we can have a legislative action to have a formal weigh-in and be able to submit as a body. We can do it as citizens or residents all day, but as a body, what our perspective is on this. The other thing is that like Jerry has said, the Long Beach part of this, I actually understand, and I could realize why they would want to have an impact because it's right up to their border. I probably didn't see the Long Beach input being such a significant problem as I did the collateral, I'll call behind-the-scenes politicking that's starting to happen on the HOT lanes. Our city, Seal Beach, Westminster, Huntington Beach, Costa Mesa, and Fountain Valley banded together to make sure that taxpayers would not have to pay Measure M money in their sales tax and then have to have a toll lane and have to pay like you do on the 91 going out when it's their money they've already paid once. We felt very strongly about that. We put together a coalition. We lobbied the board members, and we got the vote there. Then, even to take it a step further, the OCTA turnover that happened in December, our city votes on who the board members are. So Los Alamitos, and let's just speak for ourselves, we have 3 members that represent us on the Orange County Transportation Authority, which is the board that interacts with the gentleman here from OCTA. And at that point, we went through a process. Gary Miller, our local Seal Beach City Council member, Marilyn was down and helped us when she was on the City Council. We were very instrumental. He got into office on a 5-4 vote. Where Los South theoretically was an important turn to get him on. Matt Harper, City of Huntington Beach, the at-large city, great guy, adamantly on board with this, no toll lanes. John Morlock, County Supervisor, our 3rd representative, we've lobbied him multiple times. So when I seen this item come up for supplemental EIR, read through it right away, and then seeing the agenda item, the thing that's slippery here is this addition now that Long Beach is doing this, focus on them. But let me tell you what's happening over here. We're going to add the toll lanes as an option again. I personally, and this isn't a vision of the or view of the council, but I personally believe that seems to be more staff-driven on the and not a policy item, is more of maybe an efficiency. The business community kind of use it as a positive, and so trying to be fair to where that could come from. The reality is that we still don't support the HOT, and we do look at it as kind of, Jerry said, an end run. A couple of the questions that I have for clarification, I get at the end of this to get to my conclusion, and then we'll get into the questions, is I'm respectfully requesting that the council take an opposed position on the alternative that includes HOT, and that we support alternative 1, or we'll call the preferred or locally preferred option that was passed in October. We're a small city, but it starts with here, and it starts with us. I've also talked to Gary Miller at Seal, Matt Harper, and John, and told them how important this was. They need to toe the line of what they said in the beginning. It's amazing to me that this is a region in District 2 as the city or county supervisor. It's our district where this project is, and we don't seem to have the voice to be able to decide what's going to be in here. And I really take an exception to that, and I really would hope strongly that we can get the rest of the cities on board to also formally take an action. My question specifically, when I talked to some of the county supervisors, one of the responses I got, well, you know what, this is a package of projects. So, when you open the body up on the surgery table, you want to, 1 lane versus 2 lane, we need to kind of do it all at one time. But my point is, and it was your point you made at the very beginning, there's 2 projects we're talking about. The West Coast Connector project, which is the one that everybody's enjoying right now as the construction, and then this one, the I-405. These are separated by 3 to 5 years. And right now the body's open. I mean, we're going through major surgery, we're changing out bridges. So to say that we're going to be doing this again in 3 to 4 years, and then saying it's efficient to do it then, I'm not 100% sure. We spent a tremendous amount of money on the West Coast Connector project, and the body's open now, and we didn't decide to do it that time, and now we have another option. And so just to verify, so that I'm not out of line here, the scope for West Coast, for the West Connectors project and the I-405 specifically is the same freeways, right? I-405, I-605, the 22 interchange. The only difference is 405 study goes all the way to 73, correct?
Correct, same freeways. What I'd like to point out is that the work that's being completed as part of the West County Connectors is able to accommodate any of the 3 alternatives that are planned as part of the 405 improvement project. So Seal Beach Boulevard, the overcrossing will be long enough to accommodate any of the 3 alternatives planned for the 405. Same goes for the 7th Street off-ramp, Valley View, these bridges.
But if that's true, the I-405, or the second project, just so we can keep it in order to the public, the second project talks about widening freeways. You only want to do it once, but physically, aren't we doing the widening now?
We are doing widening now. We're adding a HOV lane at the moment, a carpool lane. So we're connecting the 22 to the 405 to the 605, and so we're adding 1 additional carpool lane in each direction. And so the 405 project would add general purpose lanes with the potential of an express lane. But as I said, between the 22 and the 605, It would not add another express lane because the two carpool lanes that will be constructed as part of the West County Connectors project will be in place.
And just so everybody can keep the number of lanes count accurate, when we say the WCC project, we're talking adding 1 or 2 lanes now, and when we talk the I-405, that's adding 2 more. So the total is the difference between 2 to 4 lanes, correct?
Right. We add 1 in one direction under the WCC, and then the potential of 2 in each direction, up to 2 in each direction as part of the 405. Although, as I say, the OCTA board has selected Alt 1, which is just 1 additional GP in each direction.
Okay. And then under the Long Beach EIR evaluation or the study of the project, can you put up the slide that shows the map that shows where they picked the cutoff? There, one back. So if you look at that, and it's hard to tell, but you can see the Carson part going across, right? That's the cut line that comes off the 605 over. Is that correct?
That's correct.
My question I had is, when they went through this, that isn't the only route to Long Beach. We've got, we've got Cerritos through Spring, we've got Catella through Willow, we got Ball through Wardlow. As if we are eventually going to have to swallow this HOT thing, something that's important on our side is, we wanted to look at an interchange on the 605 off of Cerritos. It was a capital improvement project. We lost support from OCTA to be able to do that, and I just want to put that on the table. Is that something that I think our cities wanted for many years? We haven't been able to get support for that. Is that something that could be taken into consideration in this?
Well, unfortunately, at this stage, we've already released our supplemental draft, which includes the study of all of these intersections. What I would say is we worked closely with the Gateway City COG as well as the City of Long Beach, and we studied all of the intersections that they requested us to study. So there are no other intersections there that we didn't study. And these are the ones that, well, as I say, they requested, but the 605 tends to move better towards the south end. It gets worse as you get further north. And then also the 405 project connects to the 605, but it doesn't add any additional lanes up the 605.
Could I ask for you to potentially come back and some sort of written correspondence back to us because when the WCC project was scoped, we were told that these off-ramps that I'm talking about were out of scope. And then when Long Beach opens it up, they never asked us whether we wanted to be in. So we feel like there's been a missing component. And to be quite honest, when you say, hey, Troy, look, this is something that's already decided, the options are here, then why do you give input if you can't influence it? So theoretically or legally, can we really not influence this?
Well, as I said, I would always welcome any and all comments that you have as individuals or collectively. So if that is part of your comments, if you have comments like that, please, we welcome those.
Okay. And then, again, I guess just kind of in closing, I just wanted to ask the council for consideration. We have a legislative item later in the agenda that talks about our policies legislatively, especially on infrastructure and local control. I'd hope that we can consider putting together a letter that would be received into the formal input by August 12th that could be signed by the mayor, and I'll leave it with that. Thank you.
Thank you. On this side, any questions, comments? Richard?
Comments, I think. Mr. Bear, I want to thank you for coming. You're always a gentleman when you're here. However's coming behind it, though. The people spoke very clearly on this the first time. They don't want an HOV lane. They don't want a hot lane. They don't want any toll roads. The staff to reopen this under the guise of Long Beach, quite frankly, is why people hate their governments. It's just wrong. A more cynical person might go so far as to say it's not an accident that the first agenda is now the hot lane, which was the third agenda before. So to the casual observer, you're not even giving them the same information you gave them the first time. You're only presenting 2 alternatives this time. And it looks as if you're presenting the 2 alternatives that people remember the first time. Alternatives 1 and 2 were no toll lane. And I think that's borderline deceitful to put it this way, that option 1 is now the hot lane. And I don't think that the staff at your organization is is giving people a clear understanding of what's happening.
And if I may, on April 22nd, the OCTA board requested that staff look at these two new concepts. Really, we're just screening the concepts to see would they work. They are not part of the environmental document until, if and when such time the board decides that they would become alternatives. So they are just two concepts. As far as the final environmental document goes, there are still just 3 build alternatives, as you've seen them, alternatives 1, 2, and 3.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Dean?
Well, Troy, I have to agree in your approach on this, and thank you for taking that lead and putting it on the agenda. I'm not sure that the term we've dealt with lately is bait and switch, and I'm not sure that that's exactly the case that's happening, but it's clear that they've changed composure of the board and now are trying to put it through on a different basis, and not to discount what LA, the COG, sees as an issue, that they had that same issue when the I-5 dumped in Buena Park. And all of a sudden, everybody got to the Buena Park County line, and there was nothing to receive it. And so they're now going back in the process. In that respect, I blame LA County for not staying engaged and on top of what's happening in neighboring counties that allows this type of stuff to come in, and or to come in and try to interfere with it at the tail end of it to benefit them. You know, it's a benefit for everybody. Nobody wants to drive into a narrowed path and go nowhere, and then everybody just backs up accordingly. And what it really does, it forces drivers off the freeways, into the neighborhoods, through every other route they can to get around, kind of what's happening right now with the West County Connector, is that they're all trying to find better ways to get around. The management of the Seal Beach Bridge currently is a great bone of contention for anybody that's trying to go northbound on Seal Beach Boulevard, because you're allowing off-ramp for southbound 405 to get off at that, and they jump in because there's really nothing preventing it. It's a freewheeling right turn lane to go northbound, which loads up and backs up into that one lane for anything coming northbound. So the bottom line is, don't ever try to go northbound on Seal Beach Boulevard at this point until that bridge is resolved. Fortunately, if my understanding is correct, as soon as the west side pour is done and they're ready to open it, we're going to be back to where we were with 2 lanes in each direction. And so it's a little bit of a help, and we know we're getting closer to that particular stage. I'm supportive of I've read the resolution that staff put together, and I'm supportive of doing that resolution because I think it carries that message across, and I'd be happy to enter a motion at this particular point to accept that resolution. But I'd also add that we follow up with a letter on the EIR so that we make that next deadline and put teeth into it, because this is, again, well, you said it's disappointing for government to be doing these kinds of things, and that's what creates all of the distrust and the problems that we have where we're trying to do things right. They didn't get it the way they wanted the first time, so now they're back trying again. And I understand what you're saying about it's the same concepts, but it really isn't. It's being packaged differently and using what LA County is trying to get out of this. So I'm very supportive of putting in the resolution now and making sure we follow up with a letter to the EIR.
Could you hold that motion so I can talk?
Okay, I'll hold the motion.
Thank you. So is that it, Councilmember? Okay. Mr. Barron, thank you for coming, and Ms. Byrne, thank you for coming. So I do have a question, though, on the what are the revenue projections for a HOT lane? And do you have, I don't know how you break it up, 5, 10, 15, 20-year kind of projections?
Yeah, the 30-year projections are.
What are they?
Well, over the 30 years, it was, I think it was over $2 billion over 30 years. One of the things we looked at, we did a financial analysis of those future revenue projections to see if we were to go out with a private firm, a private consortium, and say, look, you could be the operator and there could be some kind of revenue share. What kind of revenue would we make either with a P3 concessionaire or if we were to sell future toll revenue bonds? And the numbers we came back with are approximately $400 million could be realized in the now, which would be is approximately the gap between the funding, the cost difference between Alternative 1 and Alternative 3. So essentially, Alternative 3 pays for the incremental amount that it costs to build Alternative 3.
So that was going to be my question. So the way the business model would be get a partner, get some cash now, pay for the construction.
That would be one.
One alternative. The other one, if it were a revenue stream over the 30 years, where does the money go? It goes towards operating the or maintaining?
That too, and also any additional revenue would go into the project corridor area. Again, very similar to the 91 Express facility that we have, which does make profit, and that money is reinvested into the 91 corridor.
Okay, thank you. No other questions from me. And so back to council. Before we go into that, I'd like to open this up for public comment. Are there members of the public that would wish to speak on this item?
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, I'm Henry Tabuada, HT Group Consulting. My client is the Rossmore Community Services District. Like yourselves, we first heard about this new packaging at a policy working group meeting on June 26, 2013. At our July board meeting, our representative, Director Ron Casey, reported to the board on what he had heard. And the sentiments being expressed by this city council mirror quite accurately those of the board of directors of the Rossmore Community Services District. I think someone said snake oil packaged any other way is still snake oil. Now, what I've been directed to do, based on the sentiments of my board of directors, is to invite you, Mayor Kusamoto, and we'll be inviting the mayor of Seal Beach and the superintendent of public schools, Los Alamitos School District, Dr. Kropp, to a workshop to be conducted, unfortunately, on August 12th, which is our next board meeting, and preceding that board meeting at 6 o'clock, to have a community forum where we can have a wide expression of concern or support from the broader community. Now, we would publicize this widely. We have the capacity to host at least 600 people if we can, if they were to make themselves available for that workshop, and to basically give the OCTA board and staff an expression not just of the political bodies, which are 5 of you and 5 of my directors, but the community at large, who by and large does not understand or has even heard about this, let alone being able to interpret the supplemental EIR EIS. This is a kind of a very untimely situation for us. But if we were at this workshop to have a huge community outpouring and have a vote of my board of directors along with perhaps your resolution and whatever action Seal Beach takes in the interim, to have a vote of the board of directors of the RCSD with a resolution similar to yours, and basically I would write down to OCTA headquarters and pass it under the door so that it would be there on August 12th to be eligible for consideration as part of their EIS process. I would hope that you, Mayor Kusamoto, and your colleagues would join us at that workshop. We want to send out press releases. It'll be on LATV3. We will do whatever it takes to get this widely advertised and hopefully get a great turnout and hear what the people have to say.
Okay, thank you. Any other speakers on this item?
My name is Dave Emerson. I live in Los Alamitos and also am privileged to serve on the Traffic Commission for the city, thanks to you on the board, on the council. Certainly appreciate the strong stand the council is taking and the way the cities have worked together, and the council seems to be fairly united on this from what I can tell, and I think the community is as well. I'm surprised at all the attention given to Long Beach on the drive-through traffic, because the backup is going to pour traffic, number one, on Los Alamitos Boulevard. Don't kid yourself. That is, when it's backed up, they get off. And they're either going to get off at Valley View or they're going to get off at Los Al Boulevard. If they get off at Valley View, some of that may go down Westminster, but a lot of that is going to go right down Catella. The two biggest slammed, jammed highways within miles of here, because there are no alternative routes. You go from Los Al Boulevard that way, the next right turn that goes through is on Valley View. You go that way, the next one's Studebaker, unless you want to get onto the jammed freeway. Of course, that's the way to get to the freeway, too, if you want to do that. On the Traffic Commission, we just stand on our heads because the traffic jams we get during rush hours, and especially during the school year. We are gridlocked now. I have a neighbor who has to leave a half hour early just to get through Los Al Boulevard and turn left onto Catella when she goes to work during school hours. I appreciate the concern to Long Beach. I wish a tenth of that concern was placed where the traffic's going to go, which is Los Al Boulevard. And I'm sure it's too late to address that, too, just like it's too late to address the mess on the bridge that Councilmember Gross so clearly identified, except he only identified a third of it. If you're going northbound, everybody getting off the freeway gets cuts in front of you. You're held up by a signal. Everybody who lives in Leisure World get cuts in front of you, because by now they all figured out that North Gate Road has direct access via a signal. If you're coming southbound, everybody getting off the freeway and going left gets cuts in front of you. Everybody coming down Lamson gets cuts in front of you. Everybody coming out of Rossmore gets cuts in front of you. The solution is to take the right lane, go down, pretend you're going into the office complex there, turn around and come out, and now we got a fifth way people can get cuts in front of the poor soul that actually is trying to follow the law. I've brought that up repeatedly to the people planning that. Oh no, this is great, this is wonderful, it works. So you've lost a lot of faith here, and you're going to get people a whole lot madder. Am I correct? If I looked at your thing, it said that the bridge on Bolsa Chica was going to be reworked. We just did that, except they called it Valley View then. Is that correct? Okay, well, it's identified on the chart as a bridge that needs to be rebuilt.
The Valley View crosses over the 22 and Bolsa Chica would be the most northerly bridge that would be replaced.
So you're fixing the second half of the same bridge. It's going to affect Valley View exactly the same. A good example of not doing it at the same time. Do the surgery while the body's open. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak?
I actually wanted to come up and say wonderful things first at public comments. I'll say wonderful things now. Thank you, Troy, for bringing this forward. HOT lanes are bad. They are not a good thing. They reduce traffic in the HOV lanes by moving it back into the freeway. Yes, we have a problem with the HOV lanes. They're as slow as the freeway. Moving more traffic out of the HOV lanes onto the freeway is not going to help the freeways. Mr. Emerson talked about the fact that we have major cut-through traffic now. I believe last time I saw your report from the OCTA, the second busiest intersection in Orange County is right down here. Yeah, you're going to cause the freeway to back up so people get off and go through the intersection. Did you even study the intersection again? and you determine this is just going to get worse, did you take into account that there's a 33-acre project that's talking about putting possibly 4,000 trucks down Catella? Oh, darn.
Could you direct your questions here, please?
Sorry about that. I'm just a little upset that somehow LaSalle, again, is being the dumping ground. Our neighbors in Rossmore realize it. They're coming and asking us to participate with them and hoping that it won't happen. Mr. Gross pointed out the problem that we're currently having on the northbound Seal Beach Boulevard. You did know there's a yield sign that doesn't get enforced at all. So Seal Beach actually, if they were enforcing the yield sign, could actually help that. But they've chosen not to. I think it's very important that this be addressed by the City Council. I think that it's very important that we send a very strong message that this little, tiny, second small city, along with our neighbors who aren't even a city, and our neighbors to the south, and maybe even our neighbors to the north, don't want to be impacted negatively yet again. I'd like to thank you again for taking this up. And I'd like to thank you for taking it up and taking it up strongly.
Thank you. Okay, any other members of the public wishing to comment on this? Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comments and bring it back to the council and invite a motion. Councilmember Gross, did you have a motion?
Yeah, I would move approval of the Resolution 2013-18 as presented, and add that we send a strongly worded letter prior to the April 12th deadline, I'm sorry, the August 12th deadline for the EIR on this.
Okay, so the motion is to approve the resolution and send a letter.
Yes.
And is there a second?
Well, may I ask, Councilmember Gross, would you be willing to add a letter strongly worded also to our County Board of Supervisors representative? Because as I understand, he is to some degree in support of entertaining the new options. And I'd just like for him to know very clearly that we would appreciate his support on keeping what we had agreed on the first go-round.
That's
Okay.
fine. We could carbon copy the cities around us that we participated in as well, so that everybody knows where we stand.
Okay.
Okay, so we have, I guess the motion is letters, the resolution, and then letters to both OCTA prior to the August 12th date, as well as to County Supervisor Morlock. Okay, that's the motion.
And surrounding.
And surrounding cities, okay.
And the other board members, too. We need Gary Miller and Matt Harper. I mean, if you're going to copy one, they all three vote, right?
Okay. Fine with that, maker of the motion? Okay, is there a second?
Second.
So we have motion and second. Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? None. So it passes 5-0. Thank you. Thanks for indulging us in this bit of out of order. And we're going to go back to the agenda, back to item number 6, which is oral communications. So I do have some blue cards here. And looks like Shelley Henderson.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. I'm here as a private citizen and resident of Cypress, your neighbor to the east. The first thing that I want to do is commend Run Seal Beach because it reaches all the way to Cypress, even though that was not mentioned. One of the grant recipients is the Cypress Boys and Girls Club. And while I am unaffiliated with the Cypress Boys and Girls Club because I am a resident of Cypress, I would like to thank Run Seal Beach for their support of the Cypress Boys and Girls Club. The next thing that I want to address is the Sugar Beet Festival. As a resident of Cypress, I came over and had a great time last Saturday at the Sugar Beet Festival. Everybody that I saw had big smiles plastered across their face. We lucked out in the weather. It was only 80 degrees according to the Rossmore car wash. It was just a great day. And I am sure that other accolades will be directed towards Diana Hill and Larry Strother, so I'm kind of happy to be the first person up to say, really good job. Then next week is the Wiener Nationals at Los Alamitos Racecourse. It benefits the Seal Beach Animal Care Center. If you want your ticket to benefit the Seal Beach Animal Care Center, you should buy the ticket at the center. If you buy a ticket to attend the Wiener Nationals next Saturday at the race course, it does not support the Animal Care Center. So be sure to buy your ticket and go see those wiener dogs. They run like thoroughbreds, all heart. It is great fun. Finally, I will put on my cap as chair of the Cypress Festival, and I would like to invite our neighbors to attend the Cypress Festival on Saturday, July 27th. Starts out with a 5K, 10K run, no hay bales, no ghouls, just running around Sorrento. Followed at 9 a.m. by opening ceremonies. The Kiwanis will be supplying pancakes. We have a bigger than ever car show. Chili cook-off. One of the folks I'm looking forward to at the chili cook-off is Outlaw Burger. I had a taste of their chili at the Sugar Beet Festival. Very good. Salsa cook-off. 4 stages of bands. Arts and crafts vendors. Business expo. Canine demonstration, girls softball versus boys baseball. The girls have been winning. And a Challenger baseball game. Lots and lots and lots of stuff. Just come and have some fun. I look forward to seeing you all. Orange County Breeze will have a booth there, and if you want to stop by and say hello, we're giving away lots of stuff from flying discs to flower leis. Hope to see you there.
Thank you. Next on here we have Janelle Godges.
Hi, good evening.
Hi.
For those that don't know me, my name is Janelle Godges. I'm the Public Affairs Region Manager for Southern California Edison, but I'm actually here wearing a different hat tonight. I am the co-chair for the Cypress College Americana Awards that's come quickly approaching for 2014. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it's going to be 2014. And I wanted to drop off and bring the nomination forms and to provide some information in regards to the event. The Cypress Americana Awards will take place on Saturday, February 22nd, 2014. It will be our 39th annual Americana Awards, and it is sponsored by Union Bank. In addition to honoring the Man or Woman of the Year, we're aggressively approaching the time that we're going to be selecting whoever that Man or Woman of the Year is. As you very well know, that we also recognize a deserving individual or couple from each of the following cities: Anaheim, Buena Park, Cypress, Garden Grove, La Palma, Los Alamitos / Rossmore, Seal Beach, and Stanton. And we really want to increase our outreach efforts throughout this year to make sure that all those nominations of well-deserving individuals or couples throughout the city of Los Alamitos are considered. You do have a city committee, and so the nomination forms would be given to Raul Alvarez at Cypress College, and in turn, your city committee, so I guess it would be a jury of your peers, would be looking at the individuals throughout the city of Los Alamitos to be considered. And I have to say that you guys have had some awesome individuals that you have recognized in the past. Some of the criteria for nomination: this individual needs to be well-known and highly regarded, and we really want to make sure that person has remained an active participant in the community for the past 5 years. Because that this event benefits the students at Cypress College and by grants and scholarships, we really want to stress that if you can have an individual that would attract participation, that increases the level of sponsorship, donations that ultimately goes back into the college for the students. So again, this is a fundraising effort for the students at Cypress College. We want to make sure that this individual has significant made significant contributions of service in their community. They can either live or work in the city of Los Alamitos, and is available to obviously attend the Americana Awards if we're honoring them on February 22nd. And then we also hold a really great kickoff at the college, which takes place on November 20th of this year. And I'm sorry for you folks, although you do dedicate a lot of your time to the community, this person can't be holding or running for a public office, so sorry. Again, I have the criteria for the Citizen of the Year, and then also the nomination form as well. So I'll pass it to the city clerk. And as always, thank you for being a great partner to the college. We really sincerely appreciate your efforts, and I know I enjoy seeing you guys at the event. It's a well-attended event at Disneyland Hotel, so thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other speakers?
Good evening, Council. I just wanted to take time. My name is Laurie Strother. I just want to take time briefly to thank you very much for your help on behalf of the Sugar Beet Festival. We pulled it off. Kind of surprised a lot of us, but we pulled it off last Saturday. Great weather, good turnout. The 5K race, nobody was hurt. People had a lot of fun. Had a great response. I want to especially thank Steve Mendoza, Tom Oliver, Corey, all the guys there, through Dave Hunt. I never thought I'd be thanking a traffic engineer, but a lot of things happen in life, and Tony Brandenberry has been great. So I want to thank your whole staff's been really a lot of help. We'll have a more formal report, but obviously Southland Escrow. Why do I keep saying Southland Escrow? But Southland Credit Union. Those guys are great. Trend for letting us run through their place. Clean Energy. I think what was really good about the event from our standpoint is we wanted to make it a community event. We had people from Steel Beach. We had people from Los Alamitos, Rossmore. As Run Steel Beach kind of showed, we may be three governments, but we are one community. We're all stuck this together. We're stuck in it with traffic. We're stuck in it with schools. We're stuck in it with our sports. We are one community, and we are a very strong community, and it's actually a really, really strong and very generous community. A lot of different activities come through and pull through. We hope the Sugar Beet Festival can be just as successful as Run Steel Beach, and our Los Al was the Taste of Los Al. But again, thank you all very much for your help, and we'll be back maybe next month with a more formal report on how much money was made. But again, thank you all very much. So.
A quick question, Larry. So what happened to all the sugar beets that were left over?
A lot of people were actually picking through them and taking them home.
Okay.
My wife was not one of them, and nor was Diana Hill. They're sick of sugar beets. We brought 7,000 pounds of them back from Brawley, and we would never bring them back 2 weeks in advance during really hot weather again, too. So, but a lot of them are used. I know. Oh, I should mention that the winners of the Sugar Beets cooking contest, we had two in the non-professional category. Rebecca Scales and Pat Morales over at the St. Isidore's group made a really good salsa. I had a sample of it on the Thursday night at the picnic at the Plaza. And then Nancy Proctor at Marie Callender's, or Callender's Grills it's called now, they had they extracted the sugar from the sugar beets and made a really, really nice cake. So that was really good, and they won it in the professional category. Just narrowly edging out Chef Chris at Shenandoah at the Arbor. So, and then Nina DiMatteo and the We Care staff was really close with their in the non-professional category too. But anyway, it was really good. A lot of stuff, and the babies of the year, sugar babies of the year. I forgot their names, so I'm going to get blasted. But they're pretty darn cute. So anyway, thanks again for all you guys, the staff's help, and Greg and city manager. Excuse me, more formal here, but Mr.
Mayor, if you don't mind.
Yes.
My great-nephew was one of the winners, so his name was Dominic Mraz. So congratulations to his mom.
Well, there you go, right there.
It wasn't rigged.
And he was pretty darn cute. So.
He was.
All right, thank you again very much.
Thank you, Larry.
Thanks, Larry.
Any other speakers?
J.M. Ivler. I'd like to thank the following people. I'd like to thank the citizens of the city of Cypress. Since we last met, they did not get fooled a second time, and they very effectively sent a message to their city council, with over 70% of them voting to kill Measure A. And I'd like to say thank you to them. I believe this would be a wonderful opportunity for Los Alamitos to go forward to the city of Cypress, point out the 2004 Cottonwood Agreement, and suggest to them that we might want to sit down and talk about a park in that corner of Lexington and Cerritos. I'd like to congratulate Larry and the Sugar Beet Festival. It was absolutely wonderful. They did an excellent job bringing our community together. I have seen a wonderful increase. I don't know why, but our police presence inside the community, and I'd like to thank the chief because we've had a lot more of the cars coming through the community, and a number of my neighbors have said thank you, have asked me to say thank you. The police presence is really very nice. Finally, I'd like to say thank you to our rec department, who have been absolutely wonderful this year. I have children involved in two programs, one as an employee at the pool and the other one in the day camp program. And both of them have been lauding how wonderful our rec department has been this summer. And I think Corey deserves acknowledgement for doing a wonderful job. Thank you very much. Have an outstanding evening.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Oh,
two.
Hi, my name is Carol Beery. I've been living in Los Alamitos since '92. I wanted to thank my council for looking out for us again with this HOT. This is the first I've heard of it. I'm quite shocked and unhappy about this. So another cause to fight. I thank you very much for your research and your advisement to us. We need to do whatever it takes to. I disagree with the transportation gentleman that was here that said that most of the traffic is to the north on the 605. Have you ever tried to come south on the 605 every evening and head toward Seal Beach? I'm cut through traffic, and it's my neighborhood. It's ridiculous. Anyway, the Sugar Beet Festival was amazing. I hope they do it every year. It was a really wonderful event, and thank you for your participation in that. And I think that's about it, but thank you all very much for looking out for us.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Oh.
Mr. Vardaman?
Mayor and council, my name is Richard Vardaman. I live in College Park North. We just became aware of some extensive construction at the high school, which I think is great. It's in the athletic field and so on. But rumor has it that we who live in the vicinity will be adversely affected. Tomorrow at 4 o'clock, there will be a meeting of sorts that they will explain exactly what they're going to do, whether there will be lights or noise or whatever. And I would certainly think that anyone, especially those who live within, say, 500 feet of Los Alamitos High, would be well advised to go and learn whether there are false rumors or whether they're true, or what will they do and how will it affect nearby residents. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Vardaman, real quick, so before you leave, so can you give us the times? I know you have some of the details. So the meeting, there's a workshop?
A workshop, but the official time is 4:15, but I've been told that they sometimes start early. So I would think 4 would be a good, and that's at Bloomfield and Ball, for those who aren't familiar with it.
And that's the workshop, and then it'll be followed by the board meeting? Is that kind of the sequence?
Right. The
Okay.
board meeting, I believe, is 6 or 6:30, and this will not come up at the board meeting.
Oh, so it'll be at the workshop.
It will be another month before it's actually brought to the board. But one of the board members especially is going to make a great effort to explain what the school district intends to do, and et cetera. Okay,
thank you.
couple of things on the agenda tonight that I just want to hit at once, and I've already spoken once too much, I think, as my wife would say correctly. On the consent calendar for the general plan draft land use plan, I'm hopeful that gets pulled. I showed up at the meeting about 3 or 4 weeks ago when it was addressed, and it looked like it was just a presentation. I talked to some people, and I got the impression that there were going to be additional meetings before the council, before decisions were made, and that was primarily just an orientation and presentation. And then when I went over the minutes today that were in your packet, I realized that it was a lot more than that, and I either misinformed myself or I was misinformed. The problem with the 5 o'clock meeting is even worse than the problem with the 6 o'clock meeting. It's real hard to get here. We've got people been dribbling in, including the speaker or two before me, because that's when they get off work. I covered with dog shedding because I came from a listing appointment, but I would like to see, before we go to an EIR and spend money, because basically when you go to the EIR, that's what you want. You're adding on a room, you don't get the bid from the contractor till you know what you're adding on. And there's a lot of issues. I've sat through hours and hours of this, and the team on that, Steve and Colin, have worked very hard. I've been impressed with all the professionals, but there's a lot of issues, and it's complex. And with all due respect, neither Steve nor Colin live here, and there's something to be said for resident input. And despite their best efforts, we still have input from less than 1% of the residents on this thing. And I think televised council meeting, forum, community forum, workshop, that sort of thing gets people involved, and it also gets on TV so people are informed. And there's ways to inform, to get our friends at the Register and the local papers to put together summaries. None of that. I haven't seen anything in the local papers that I haven't written myself on this, or that wasn't a paid advertisement. And it's huge. We should be envisioning our future with this, and let's take the time to do it right. Let's not rush into the EIR. I could delineate, and I have on the blog, several areas of concern, several areas of expansion. One is to find some way to get a broad, quick and dirty and cheap view of what land use we might want with the base should it ever get bracked, because the time to discuss that is before it's being bracked. And I'd like to preserve a lot of open space in whatever we have. The plan wisely addresses the worst problem on the base housing, and I think that's good. I think 80% of what's in there is good. My biggest concern of the recommendations is increasing the density along Los Al Boulevard in downtown, as we call it, to try to generate more attractive retail, and to give them 3 or 4 or 2 stories above the retail to do that. Like somebody put on the blog today, this is a suburb. I have to deal with those kind of structures when I go to Westwood to see my son. I have to deal with that when I go to eat at the Catch, which is one of the examples they had. I can barely get the minivan parked in those things. If I've got a choice between eating at Hoff's Hut, which is on the first floor of a 5-story building, going in, getting my validation, yada, 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 or driving down to Seal Beach and walking into CPK, I'm going to go to CPK. I don't think that's going to help anything. I've been to all the local Orange County places where this has been done, this side of Brea. Brea ain't Los Al. Vacant, 70% of that retail is sitting vacant. The developer built up, they took their profits, they sold their condos, and you know what? They can't lease the bottom. I've seen it in Fullerton, I've seen it by the Catch, I've seen it at Stadium Lofts. It's a great idea. I applaud the creativity. I don't know, I could be wrong. I'm not the pro, but I live here and I did a lot of research on it. I think that issue needs to be addressed before we go on it. I don't think it's consistent with the community of Los Al. The other thing, as I said, was just broadening it, particularly the light industrial. I envision an overlay. If you go in there, the light industrial has a lot of retail already, from Sizzlers to the auto parts up the street. And I think as the community ages, that light industrial will gradually mature into more retail, and having some sort of mixed use is worth contemplating in all of those areas. Thank you for your time. I've taken a lot already. The other concern I will not address.
Thank you. Okay, any other members of the public wishing to speak? Okay. Go ahead and close oral communications, and back to council for register of major expenses. Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
Second.
Motion and a second for the approval of the major expenses. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Edgar?
Aye.
Councilmember Gross?
Aye.
Councilmember Murphy?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Graham Mejia?
Aye.
Mayor Kusamoto?
Aye. Okay, next item is the consent calendar. So any items, we can treat these as a whole, or I think there's going to be some desire to pull some of these items to the council.
Mayor, may I pull item D, and if no one else has any, I make a motion to move the remainder?
I'd like to pull item I.
Okay. Is there a motion for the rest?
I make a motion for the remainder?
Second?
Second. I thought you were seconding.
I
I'm
thought you were
sorry.
seconding it too. I'm like,
Sorry. Okay, so, sorry about that. So all those in favor of the consent calendar, say aye.
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 Opposed? So it passes. Okay, item D, general plan, draft land use plan.
This is the next step in the general plan, excuse me. Update to lock in the draft land use plan. That includes consideration of 10 opportunity sites that may be subject to a land use change. And the recommendation direct staff to study the attached land use plan and the general plan impact report. And this was brought before the council at a study session June 17th. And the next step for the general plan would require consent of the city council. The consultant recommends prior to proceeding with the EIR and under CEQA that the general plan and opportunity sites be presented, and this decision tonight unlocking what would be studied in the general plan but does not actually change land use, and that decision would come to the council in 2014.
Mr. City Manager, could you use the microphone?
I moved it. Okay. Okay, and the decision will come to council in 2014, and I would defer to the remainder of the report to Director of Community Development.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, and Mr. Mayor and members of the council. This draft land use plan has gone to several joint commission meetings. It's gone to the Planning Commission, and it's gone to a separate meeting with the City Council earlier this year on June 17th. That was a study session to offer the City Council an opportunity to understand where we're going before we brought it to you in a City Council meeting. Some of the outstanding issues were regarding some kind of concerns regarding the property owners that properties are impacted. Staff has completed some of the outreach with it. We've made contact with the Bennison family with Arrowhead. They own the business, and they also, under a separate entity, own the land of that property. We've made contact with Arrowhead, Cottonwood Church, and as well as Demi Slimmer and Monty Collins. They are the, I guess, the heir apparent of the Monty Collins site. They not only own the land, they run the business, and they're very proud of their 53 years here in the city. And if I could paraphrase some of the things that all three parties have said regarding their properties is they are supportive of the city studying their property for the EIR. However, they absolutely want a seat at the table before January comes or February comes next year when their property is rezoned. They're very interested in the results of the environmental impact report, and they would like to participate in receiving some of that information when it is available. And they are supportive at this time of us studying their properties. Again, this process has gone through a number of commission meetings, joint commissions. They're the ones that selected and supported this draft land use plan. in all fairness to them, as well as support through Colin Drucker and myself with the Planning Center. And then they forward it to the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission struggled with the number of these sites. It wasn't a clear consensus among the commission of which properties. But they did want all the properties to go to the city council for the city council to have that selection. We did that in June, and now before you tonight, if approved tonight, this is the land use plan that we included in the ER. This is the land use plan that the city council will have information regarding the environmental impacts of, and this is the plan that could eventually be developed in the community, although both the Planning Commission and the City Council will have the required public hearings at a later date regarding all of these issues. This does not close the door tonight. This just gives us the opportunity to proceed with the environmental impact report and continue with our work. Much has been discussed regarding the rushing of a general plan. I wish this general plan was rushed a little bit more, but I like the speed it's been going because we've had the opportunity to exercise a number of public meetings with a number of planning commissioners, and planning commissioners, traffic commissioners, and recreation commissioners, and those are all stakeholders in our community. And they took a very active role in every step, in every meeting that we had regarding this proposed land use plan, and they take it very seriously. And it was impressive to see their passion level, especially their passion level that crossed their specialty. Traffic people were concerned with recreation issues. Recreation people were concerned with traffic issues. And with that, if council approves, this would direct staff to study this land use plan in the general plan environmental impact report, and then it would come to you at a later date for any potential rezoning of those properties.
Okay, back to the council. Any questions of staff on this matter?
Yes, a couple of things. Stephen, if you could read into the record for me the letter from Monty and Debbie Slimmer, the owners and proprietors of that facility over on Cerritos?
Sure, I'll be glad to. Both my sister Debbie Slimmer and myself own the property referred to as the Monty Collins property. That is bordered by Cerritos, Cottonwood Church, Sausalito, and Chestnut Streets. We also own and operate the business known as Monty Collins Backhoe and Equipment. I think we all know we've had an outstanding relationship with all of them for years. At this time, we do support the study of this area for change in land use. However, we are concerned that any hasty actions on behalf of the City Council may leave us with limitations on our property that may have dire consequences for both our family and our business. Therefore, we reserve the right to disagree with any outcome that we feel does not benefit both Collins and Slimmer families, as well as the City of Los Alamitos. We are concerned that the family business, let me start over. We are also concerned that the family business that is celebrating its 53rd year in the city may be directly and immediately impacted by any land use zoning changes that may be proposed based on the land use study. As you know, this business has been one of the cornerstone businesses in the city for many years. As of right now, it's our intention to operate this business as is for the foreseeable future. Once again, thank you for the time, and we look forward to the opportunity to give you, give any input regarding our plans for the property's future development.
Thank you, Stephen.
You're welcome.
Now, right now, it's being looked at to be rezoned as residential, is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's say we go forward with the EIR. The EIR is based on the idea that in the future, those will be residential homes, correct?
The EIR would study the impacts of residential on that site, yeah.
Thank you for clarifying. So my point is, they've talked, I guess, over the years. At one point, I don't know if they informed you, that they actually did try and turn that into residential, and the City of Los Alamitos would not support it. So it's kind of funny that we're flip-flopping now, but nevertheless, just some extra information. Mrs. Collins, their mother, passed away about 1.5 years ago, and they are in the process of handling the trust and all of that. So they're very concerned that if we do this EIR with this limited zone change, just residential, that they'll be locked into something that they won't be able to mitigate later on. So I guess my question to you is, let's say we move forward with the EIR as residential, and then it comes to a time where they're finished with this trust, and they know who's in charge of what would be the steps and what would be their potential opportunity for success if they wanted to change the zoning at that time? Would they have to go through an environmental impact report on their own? Would they be responsible for that?
If they wanted to do what they wanted to do, and I think it was 2003, and the city council approved an EIR that showed residential, they would slide in under that residential.
Okay.
Now, if it came to the opportunity where the city council studied it, but took them out of rezoning at the end, then they would have to do all the rezoning towards residential on their own at a later time.
Okay.
So what it does, it provides a platform for them to make a future land use decision. And if they decided to stay industrial, it's already zoned industrial. That study's not necessary.
Right. What if they were to look into doing something other than residential or its current zoning as industrial?
We would have in the EIR all the documents necessary to tier off that EIR, because residential would be the highest impact necessary. There are other impacts and other shifts of the day of the week and higher impacts on daytime population information is different than residential information.
Okay.
But residential would be the most dense of any of the three properties.
Okay.
Which they can build upon, or a good document writer working for them in the future will tier off that EIR.
Okay. Okay. I know that Debbie has expressed, obviously, they've been in the community for many years, one of the oldest businesses we have, very involved in the chamber. She just wanted to make sure that moving forward, they would like to maybe do something in her father's name, a building that bears their family name, and they just didn't want to be restricted to the point where they weren't able to do with their property what they wanted to. So I'm glad to hear that, and that was my concern, and I wanted to make sure that I brought that forward.
Troy, you have something?
Yeah, a couple comments. I wasn't going to pull this off, but just a little bit, Dave, to kind of balance your perspective. When we started this general plan update, it was what year?
We started talking about it in 2009, entered into a contract in 2011.
Okay, and then when we approved it, we went slow roll, to use Jeff Stewart, our previous city manager view, slow roll by cutting down the costs in the general plan. Instead of having Colin and his team do all the work, we used the commissions and our city staff. But the price we paid to save about $500,000 or $600,000 was that it would take longer. The process that we went through, to get my perspective, and then I do want to address Dave's concerns, is that my perspective, I supported this land use project when you brought it to us a month or two ago, for a reason, from my perspective, is I believed it protected the property owner's rights. I think that they right now have one of the best business-friendly councils and commissions on the Planning Commission that would be supportive if someone at Arrowhead came to this commission and said, you know what, I'd really like this to be retail because I can sell it for more down the road. It would be more valuable to me. If you have a forecast of the future and you know what you want to do with the property, you have a great opportunity to work with this council to craft your future in the general plan and influence. And it's not political influence. Just come and talk to us. Talk to the commission. At Monte Collins, a very important business in this community. When you hear what you hear from Jerry's input, because she talks to them directly, and what I've just heard through the note, I would be interested as a council member, one of five, that if they had a vision either to sanctify their business where it's at or to make it more valuable as an investment as a business owner, please come and tell us what your preference is. And I've always been concerned about Arrowhead trying to come in and zone something right out from underneath when they employ 1,000 people there. They're a very important business too. But if I own that property, I would have a vision for the next 20 years, and I would say, please share it with us, because we haven't had a lot of input, quite honestly, from Arrowhead, and that was part of the concern I had about the land use, from before. The reason why I'm supportive, though, just to kind of recap, is that I thought that this picture that was developed for land use was the widest aperture that you can take for all of these different sections of the city, which meant that an EIR can only constrict it now. That mathematically, the way the EIR process process works is it looks at all variables, and then it starts to see what kind of projects can fit within the confines of the entire city. So it weighs it up. So to me, this was the absolute, like you said, you zone for residential because you get the most density, and then you back it out to hit to the numbers that you need to get based on the EIR process. The process starts to, and if the owner came in and said, no, here's where I'm at, even more for their benefit. So I would encourage property owners that have property in our city that are seeing this zoning, this general plan. This is a friendly process. This is a process that we want the business owners involved in. We want to help you increase the value of your property and meet you halfway in helping our goals in the city. Things that are more troubling to me than this have to do with some of the emergency shelter stuff and some of the stuff that's going to come out of potentially putting halfway houses into our city based on state law that we're trying to update at the same time, and we'll have a special meeting at the end of the month. And I'm a hawk on that. I definitely more concerned about that, and I would say that's going to probably be a more aggressive stance from what I've seen from this council. But again, I am super supportive of what you guys done. And a message to the Planning Commission, we're super supportive. Dave, you're on the Traffic Commission and you've had an input. I've got to ask you, because you've been very specific on your input, are the parts that you're bringing up either not been acknowledged over the time that these have been brought up at the commission levels? Because it's good input for us if you don't feel like you're being listened to. Because the council, we made a choice. We said, we're at the back of the bus. We want to delegate this to staff. We want to delegate it to the commissions. And we're kind of weighing in at the end, but we're kind of limited to the degrees of freedom. You're a very vocal guy in the town. If you don't feel you're being listened to, I'd be interested in that. Do you think that we have a breakdown in the process at the commissions, or because you're waiting until the very end to try to say, hey, slow down, guys? And I'm looking at Steve, I'll be honest, because what he hears behind the door is like, what are you doing taking so long? So I just want to try and balance that off, because I'm trying to get my head around your comments, and do we have a problem with the process?
Thank you. I think the process has been as good as they could make it. It's been more difficult. It's hard to get people interested in land use plan. I think we've all worked very hard to get people interested. I still think a town hall is a good way to get a lot of people out and talking. Was one form that wasn't used. When the council's there, it gets a whole lot more attention. It's on TV. It's in the papers. I think there's a lot of things that need to be discussed. The upzoning was discussed briefly. We hit all 10 things in 1 or 2 meetings, and I was voted down on that one. So that was discussed. But again, it was brought back to the Planning Commission, and I think that's still sort of a hot issue. I think that's a big issue that affects us a lot. I've got one perspective. The pros have another one. That one. Now the other ones, the light industrial, the broadening of that, is something that was actually suggested to me by someone in Cyprus, and it kind of opened my eyes to it. And I think, that I'd always thought, but I hadn't addressed that one.
So Dave, let me ask you, just to kind of cut to the chase. I mean, it just from your perspective, us having a workshop, is that really all you're saying? Is one more time, one more workshop? I mean, after 3 years, I'll wait another workshop. But I just want to know specifically, because I'm concerned about the process. And
I don't want to
people in the community
this
that come up to me
indefinitely.
say, hey, Troy, I did participate in one of your outreach workshops. I got pictures, at least from Steve, that it happened. I wasn't there, so I can't verify it. But it looked like a lot of people were there commenting. And so is that what you are looking for before we move this thing, so we can kind of get our guys to get done?
Yeah, I think just taking 7 o'clock one of the nights you don't meet, doing whatever allows for the most interaction with the public as a whole, and trying to promote it heavily by getting a summary of where we're at in the 10 sites out to involve the community more. I don't think this can go on forever. I'd still like to find some way by paying more to get some sort of a broad outline of the base. And we've discussed that before it even came up, and it was the price issues and so on, and maybe it's an add-on that has to be addressed. But I think before the BRAC comes up, we need to say, we want a lot of this to be open space. That's my concern. And we think some of this should be retail and whatever, because it could be BRAC.
Sorry to interrupt. That's a little off topic. So I think you addressed Councilmember Eggers.
Thank
you.
I really appreciate
the
interaction. And I really appreciate the work that's been done. I'm not to be critical of them.
Thank you.
It's just, I think, a little bit more.
Okay. Thanks, Mayor. That's all I have.
On this side, questions?
Well, if I could build on Dave's idea, I have a challenge for the council. I want the council and the city to use this general plan and land use plan to start looking forward. We've had a year of reaction to Prologis and several other matters. It's time for us to put our stamp on our city and let the other cities start reacting to us. By doing nothing, we're falling behind. I've recently visited the Packing District in Anaheim, Old Town in Orange, Tustin, and even happened to be at the Old Mill District in Bend, Oregon, which is a phenomenal example of renovation with high-end retail, fun restaurants, and even a movie theater. Some of us even remember the Fox Theater here many years ago. Kids actually had a place to go. But in my visits, I've seen what renovation can be. We're blessed in this city to live in an affluent city, and it's time that we begin the work on keeping those dollars here in Los Alamitos. To do this, we need to begin the long, hard groundwork that will transcend who's ever in these seats in laying the foundation for a modern Los Alamitos. If we do nothing, we know what Los Alamitos will look like in 20 years because we drive by it every day. Instead, I'd like to investigate what proper planning, zoning, and most importantly, cooperation could mean as we look forward. And finally, let's start with our citizens and our truly committed commissioners, and build a consensus of what we want the city to be, rather than letting our neighboring cities dictate our terms to us. I believe that we can make Los Alamitos the place to go for the best in shopping and entertainment. We have two possible sites with the super media and also with the proposed downtown, for lack of a better word, interest. I call on the city to get started, and that kind of goes along with what Dave was saying. I'm for moving this forward today because I think we need to keep moving forward, but I think that we need to agendize where are we going to be? Where are we going to be in 20 years? And if we don't ever face that problem, we're never going to get there, because the Packing District, Stephen, if I'm correct, took about 8 years to renovate that part of Anaheim?
Yeah, it's a vision that started 8 years ago with the developer of both the lab and the camp in Costa Mesa. He started a relationship with the Anaheim Redevelopment Agency.
Larry Strother proposed an idea that possibly a sugar beet factory motif might be something that could fit somewhere along here. But what I'm saying is, let's start having that discussion. Let's have that meeting, but let's not delay today. But let's have that meeting. Where are we going to be? I mean, some of you guys have been here 6 years, and you've been with this general plan almost your whole time on there. Let's move forward and get and figure out where do we want to be, and what kind of zoning do we need, and what type of regulations do we need to modernize our city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Gross?
I don't want to draw this out longer. I think the efforts that have gone on by all of the commissions, the consultant, the councils before us, we're moving in that right direction. I applaud your desire to do that, because I think every one of us up here have a vision of what Los Alamitos can be in the future. And we can move that direction. We can move that direction with support of not only the citizens, the businesses, the landowners, who in many instances are absentee to the city, if we all work together in that particular process moving forward. I'm in favor of moving it on tonight. I think there's been plenty of input. If I'm not mistaken, Steve, this was published in the newspaper tonight.
It was published in the newspaper at the Planning Commission level, yes.
Oh, okay.
Not at this level tonight.
Not at this level, but it's still coming back. Again, this just is the next step.
Rezoning will be required direct noticing, public hearing notices, newspaper noticing at both the Planning Commission level and the City Council level. The City Council will see it twice. I could pretty much guarantee, even before it's wrapped up for the Planning Commission, it'll be a study session like what you had the other time before it's unveiled. After the results of the EIR come out and prior to having a scoping meeting, it's our job, Colin and my job, is to inform the City Council of what the results of that environmental impact report is, and then it will be released. We are going to be proactive, as we have every step of the way, in trying to make sure stakeholders, city council, planning commissioners, traffic commissioners, parks and rec commissioners are engaged in the process, because they now have their hands wrapped around it. These are people that care. Their voices, their fingerprints are on it. We owe it to them to go back to them on occasion and make sure they're informed. In addition to that, each element will go back to the prospective commission. A land use element and the results will go back to the planning commission. Circulation element will go back to the traffic commission. The park and recs commission will wrap their arms around the recreation element. And so there will be future meetings. This today is just a procedural step in moving us forward.
Thank you.
Okay, so just real quick from me, Stephen. If this moves forward today, it just enables the, I guess, more of the study of the EIR, right? It continues on. And
Right.
if we were to delay and have one more turn of the crank and public outreach and that, what's the downside for that?
Well, the downside would be the time of the year we're at. If we wanted to have really maximize participation, we would wait until summer's end.
Sure.
We would wait till the first 3 weeks of school and everyone gets back in the groove, then we would do that.
Okay.
So it would just delay the process, but the process it's okay. We have if you remember, yourself and Troy Edgar were on the subcommittee. We planned out a 2-year general plan paid over 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
So being in the 3rd year, the revenue is still there to continue the process. We're still within scope, we're still within budget, no change orders have been proposed at this time.
But this thing, it's not set in stone or anything like that. It's just study this, and that's just right.
Absolutely.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I had. So before we back to the council, any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? Public comments? No?
I'd like to make a motion, Mayor.
Yes?
That we hold this off for the opportunity for one more meeting. I do believe that the Slimmers and the Collins expressed the same concern that this was moving a little quickly. They unfortunately said that they didn't receive the letter telling them about this, so the only way they knew is when I saw it in the agenda. I actually called them and made them aware of it. So I do think that one more pass at it isn't going to be too significant. Right now, we have a very motivated base because of the Prologis project, and I think that this is the perfect time to engage our community. And even though people are on vacation from school and maybe people are gone, I look at it this way. When my son was on summer vacation, it gave me a lot more time to be involved in the community. So I don't know that we wouldn't have a great turnout, but I don't have a crystal ball to determine one way or the other if that was going to be. And then let me ask you this, and then I'll tell you why I'm bringing it up. The Traffic Commission meeting that was just canceled, what was the date for that?
That was last Wednesday.
Last Wednesday. Okay, here's my concern about that. The Traffic Commission meeting was canceled because there was nothing to discuss. Yet we just went over the 405 issues that's directly related to traffic. Why did we not have them looking at that before it came to us? Troy may have requested to have it agendized, but I had reached out to the city manager weeks ago to discuss putting together a letter before the August 12th meeting. That's something that the Traffic Commission could have referred to us, and then we could have addressed tonight without us having to take that step. I think that while the commissions are meeting and they are doing a very, very good job, they're a very small cross-section of the people in this community. And I don't see that this is a very extremely time-sensitive issue. We've had some business people come forward and ask for a little bit more time. We've had people on the commissions come forward, and I've heard from some of the community that they didn't know that this was in play. Just like Mrs. Beery said earlier tonight, they knew nothing about the I-405. So my recommendation and my motion would be, let's just give it one more pass, try and get it together before the next meeting, and then we can move this forward. But it gives those people who feel like they need a little bit more time the opportunity to address the city staff or the council, and then we feel like we've covered all of our bases and we haven't left anyone behind. That would be my motion.
Okay, so there's a motion. Is there a second?
Yeah, can I I'd like to comment too. Rich, I'm very supportive of where you're going, but 2 years ago, maybe longer, I've been an advocate for this downtown project, and I watched it fall apart because I didn't have the political support all the way through. And like you, I really want to get on this, but I'm going to support Jerry's motion because I want to, 2 more years left. I want to make sure that we can have a forward run, and I'd like to start something, during this term on the council. And so to me, if it can bring everybody 5-0 on, I would just be supportive of that. So I would be supportive right now to at least go 1 more month or 2 until we can get through this. So I'll second.
Thanks. So we have a motion, a second. And before we go to vote, I do want to just open up to the public. Any comments? I don't know that we had adequate chance to comment.
J.M. Eibler. One of the challenges of being in the public and the public outreach, I attended one of them, and it was very sparsely attended. A lot of people aren't going to come down to City Hall or the rec center. They're just not going to do it. When you talk about public outreach in a case like this, and as Mayor Pro Tem Mejia stated, the city is pretty awake right now when it comes to development. I would like to suggest that you try to do something like, if you want Carrier Row to be involved and you want to get impact and feedback from Carrier Row, you would go down to the end of Enterprise where Tom lives, and you do a Saturday morning from 9 to 11, donuts and coffee. Please come talk to us. You go down to Suburbia. Donuts and coffee on a Saturday morning. Come talk to us. Just doesn't even have to, it could be one of our city council members and our planning member, Steve. It doesn't have to be everybody. You just come and talk to us. Come to our communities. Instead of expecting us to stop our lives so we can all be someplace at 5 o'clock and come to you. That really hasn't been very effective. So if you're going to do an outreach, I'd like to suggest working with each of the smaller little neighborhoods and try to come into our neighborhoods and talk to us. We are awake and we do care. We just have, as you pointed out, Steve, a lot going on our plates. So if you can make an hour to come to us, we will most likely make that hour to be with you. That's the only suggestion I would have going forward is don't do 3 hours in one place. Do 1 hour in 3 or 4. Come to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to speak? Okay, we'll go ahead and close public comment. So back, we have a motion to delay this item to some future meeting with a public workshop. It's a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Graham Mejia and seconded by Councilmember Edgar. Are there any questions?
Yeah, please.
Okay, discussion?
I'm not against the delay in any way, but what are we going to do in that time period? Could we include that in the motion? What we're waiting the month for? What are we going to do to?
I think the motion is to hold another. Well, maybe I'll ask the maker of the motion.
Well, I think Dave addressed some very specific issues that if we would like to, as a council, look at those specific issues, that's great. I mean, I'm not saying that the work that's gone before this isn't very, very good. I'm just saying there are some people who maybe were not properly noticed. There are some concerns by commissioners. And I think the base of our community is now looking into these things more than they were before. So I would imagine we could have the meeting either with ourselves or like Mr. Eibler recommended. We all have neighborhoods. If you have the time and you want to give it, great. If not, we have a town hall meeting and then we move forward. I'm not really sure what you're looking for us to be doing within that time frame, is I guess what I'm saying.
I'm asking, we're delaying a month to accomplish what?
To get more input.
Okay, and how are we going to do that? That's really, I think.
We were just saying a town hall meeting,
okay.
or.
Well, we hadn't said, though, in the motion at all what we're going to do. So
Okay.
that's what I'm trying
all right, sorry about that.
flesh out in the motion, really, is
Okay.
how do we accomplish what we want to do?
Okay. So we'll amend the motion to say that we'll delay this item till the next meeting, till the next regular meetings, or we have the opportunity to have a town hall meeting, or, individual meetings within neighborhoods of our own. Richard, you live in a neighborhood, we're all in different neighborhoods, we have that option in addition to the town hall. But I would like to see us have a town hall meeting, and then if we want to go above and beyond and go into our neighborhoods, we can do that also.
Okay.
Mayor, can I ask a question, though? I
Yes.
mean, let me go back to Steve, because this time thing that I've been struggling with Steve, how long does it take us to advertise an effective workshop or town hall, have it? I heard what the community is saying, hey, maybe in each community, but I'm supportive of the town hall, kind of most efficient. I've got to also believe that after 3 years, I mean, I'm hoping the community at some point finds it important enough to come down. And so I'm supportive right up to the point of town hall. What's the best that you can do to clarify for Rich?
The most success we've had in advertising a meeting is advertise it 3 weeks in advance and then advertise it the week in advance. To do that double hit is where we get it. Choosing where we advertise is also part of the problem, and getting the word out. And even when we did advertise, you still had people just trickle into various commission meetings. I think everyone will gladly admit that. We're not impressed by the amount of amount of input we've had at those meetings.
So to answer Rich's question directly, for a time session, if we just took from tonight and added 4 weeks for a workshop, potentially feasible to have that at or about the time of our next council meeting, and then be able to vote on it the next council meeting. Does that seem realistic to you?
Voting the same night is getting the input?
Yeah, no, we would have a workshop maybe the week before the council meeting, and then it would lead us into that following Monday.
That would probably be better.
Okay, then if that's your motion, Jerry, I'll
Yeah,
second that again.
Yeah, that's fine. And I would encourage each council member, Stephen, if we could get some flyers, basic flyers. I'm happy to walk around the couple of neighborhoods that are by me to deliver flyers to the doors, and if I have the opportunity to talk to people, because like Troy said, we want moving forward to know that for the next 20 years, the people are all on the same page, and they're not going to come to us in 2 years and go, well, why didn't you involve us? Because that does happen. So that would be my motion.
And I'll,
2 weeks, 2 weeks notification, final week notification for the meeting, so within 3 weeks, so it's before our next council meeting.
Okay, so we have modified.
Go ahead.
Wait.
I'm sorry.
So we have a modified motion and a second, and we still haven't heard from the rest of the council. But you had something to say, Stephen?
I just want to make sure we were having the town hall a week before city council meeting, and then this item agendized on the city council.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Is that clear?
That's
okay.
okay.
Fine.
It's getting
So-
kind of convoluted
yeah.
now.
So Dean, I'm sorry, are you done, Richard? Yes. Okay, Dean, any questions, concerns?
I don't have any questions. I think we've had numerous meetings on this project, public meetings that were outreach meetings that were done. I think one of them over at St. Isidore, if I'm not mistaken. We did one at the community center. If you guys want to delay it a month, I don't think you're going to get much more input than you've already gotten, but I'm not, when you do these kinds of things, you have certain individuals, residents, that have a patient, will come out, will get involved. The vast majority of them sit at home and then come back afterwards and say, hey, what the heck is this all about? We still have a lot more to go on this at this particular point. All this does is get us started into the EIR. Staff has already said there's probably at least 3 more hearings that are going to occur. And, at some point, I think we just need to take the stance and say, we're going through the process. We've done everything we can to make it available, communicate-wise. If the community is waking up, the next one of these hearings that come up, they'll be here if that's an issue to them. I don't think the specific issues on the Collins property or the other properties that are in here is going to make any difference as a result of delaying it one more meeting. But if it's the will of the other 4 of you to delay it again, that's your call. I'm not in favor of delaying it, frankly.
Okay. All right, so with that, all the comments are in. Any other? Okay, so.
One last, oh, go ahead. You haven't spoken, sorry. One last question.
No, go ahead, you go right ahead.
My question is, Stephen, let's just say that the Prologis project goes through, and we've done our EIR on all of these. I know it's based on zoning. Would any of that change if that project were to go through as far as pass-through traffic? Does that affect anything in our EIR that we would be working on?
Prologis, by filing an application, it already impacts our EIR.
And so if they withdraw, then would the EIR be different?
Yeah, I think if they withdrew the application, we could exclude it.
Okay, so that's easy.
It would
enough
have to be an in-writing withdrawal of an application. Not
I'm just trying to figure out what affects what. That's really more
Yeah.
my concern. Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
Nope.
Okay, so just last, I guess, comment. Thank you, staff, for doing this and kind of understanding. I guess I'll challenge Dave Emerson and any of the other commissioners to, we're going to get you another month, but, let's get some attendance out here. So I'm going to challenge you to, have people show up, and we'll do our part to talk to neighbors and friends. But, this has been out there, and you've attended workshops. I think these multi-commission workshops that were I think well run from the feedback I've received. That I think we've all received. So it's been vetted out fairly thoroughly. So with that, I'll call for the question. So all those in favor of the motion to delay this 1 month, with the understanding we'll have a meeting prior to the next council meeting, and this will be agendized. That is it. The motion, the second. Is there? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Okay, so we have a 4-1. Councilmember Gross opposing. Thank you very much. Let's see. The next item is 8I, the school resource officer. City manager, may we have the report, please?
Yes, the purpose of this report is to request authorization for the City of Los Alamitos to enter into an agreement with the Los Alamitos Unified School District and the City of Seal Beach to share costs for a school resource officer. And recommendation is to authorize the mayor to execute the agreement between the City of Los Alamitos and the Los Alamitos Unified School District for the school resource officer, and authorize the mayor to execute the agreement between the City of Los Alamitos and the City of Seal Beach for the resource officer. And there's a report talking about the history and program implementation, and I will defer to our Chief of Police.
Mayor Kuzimoto, members of the City Council. As you are aware, the Police Department deployed a school resource officer at Los Alamitos High School from 2004 to 2008. Although it was initially met with some hesitation by the district to have an armed police officer on campus, the program quickly gained acceptance, and the district acknowledged its value. In 2008, when we were met with some budgetary issues and we had to cut 2 sworn police officers from our staff, we suspended the school resource officer program. Since then, and I would estimate on probably each year since then, members of the City Council has asked staff about the possibility of reinstating the school resource officer, and for us to explore the possibility of cost sharing with the school district, the City of Seal Beach, and the county, since the high school population is primarily made up of students from Los Alamitos, Seal Beach, and the community of Rossmore. Most recently, following the tragic incident at Sandy Hook last December, the school district expressed to us that they would very much like to see the SRO come back to the high school, and that they were willing to share the cost. Although we did not have luck with the county, we have met with the staff at the City of Seal Beach, and they have indicated a willingness to share in the cost. Since it is ultimately our responsibility, and because we would retain control of the officer and have him or her to use during the summer, a formula of 50% for Los Alamitos, 25% for the district, and 25% for Seal Beach was established to cover the overall cost, which would be approximately $179,000 per year. Our city attorney has assisted in negotiating language for agreements with both the legal counsel for the City of Seal Beach and the school district. Because this will add an additional officer to our department, the agreements require that both Seal Beach and the school district provide 150 days notice prior to the start of each fiscal year if they intend to terminate the contract. However, we can terminate any time with 60 days notice. We have identified Officer Dan Brandt to be the SRO if this is approved, and just last week he completed the SRO basic training, and if this is approved, he should be ready to go at the start of the school year. As the city manager mentioned, the staff recommendation is to approve the execution of the agreements.
Thank you, Chief. Thank you, City Manager. Councilmember Gross, you're the one that pulled this item. You have questions of staff?
Yeah, I do. My questions really relate more for the city attorney, and we've had some dialogue back and forth via email on this, but I want to clarify part of this. I'm a little concerned by part of this process that we're essentially providing a police officer, complete with car, equipment, to the school district, but we're doing it in a manner that the school district potentially has laid out some work plans on it that I'm not comfortable with. And I realize the principal and the chief are going to continue to work on this, but I want to voice my concerns early on so that as you're working on it, some of this can be defined. One of them is the strategic planning for reducing substance abuse and truancy. I know the district has used a dog in the past to do a lot of that, and I'm hoping that the district isn't going to terminate their dog program in lieu of this, and feeling like they have an officer on who will provide the same type of service from the standpoint of sniffing cars in the parking lot and lockers and things of that nature, which has been effective. So I don't want the district to back away. The district has gone out and spent, Councilman Egger, you might help me because I know you know that number, but I think a couple $100,000 hiring a
assistant superintendent.
Consultant. I don't know that he's actually an assistant superintendent, but a consultant. If they've put a couple $100,000 into that to make sure the school is more safe, it makes reference in here that the SRO will be verifying student attendance, perform home checks as necessary, and as we've had that discussion, I find that to be beyond what a school resource officer should be doing. A police officer in uniform, armed, in a police car, going to somebody's home, acting as a truant officer. I don't think that's positive community relations. I think that's a responsibility of the school district and the school administration, the principal, vice principal, and those people who normally handle that. And I can see some of this stuff being passed over so that they don't do it. Now we provide them with personnel to basically do that. You and I have talked about the shift scheduling, where instead of 5 days a week, this person's only going to be there 4 days a week. We'll be working 10-hour day shifts because that's concurrent with what the rest of the department is working. I understand that, but I also realize that sometimes you wind up filling in your shift with other things rather than doing the job. And I want to make sure, I'm not interested in micromanaging what the department's doing. We're actually adding another officer. We're adding another patrol car at significant expense. Even though the cost is being shared, I want to make sure we're going to be getting the best bang for the citizens from the standpoint of that investment. On the agreement with the school district, on page 1 of the attachment, Mr. City Attorney, it talks about the agreement being July 1 through June 30th, unless sooner terminated pursuant to other provisions in the agreement. My understanding was that's exactly what we're going on a commitment with the school district. was that it was a 3-year commitment, and this spells that out. I'm concerned about the potential of overtime charges that may occur, and because we're putting in 10-hour days where 4 days a week at the school, if the officer winds up working an after-school function, if he winds up working some type of an athletic event out on the field that extends beyond his normal schedule, we're going to be looking at overtime potentially. And I think we should be able to accomplish everything that the school wants within the normal schedule process if things are adjusted in that case. So I personally, as we move forward with this, I'm going to be looking to see if we have, and I'd like reports back on a regular basis on this particular position in terms of milestones, whatever we're doing, but I certainly don't want to be paying overtime. If we're not able to do it, as you've suggested, I want to make sure we're getting the best bang for the buck all the way around. A lot of this, I think, is knee-jerk reaction. I've had citizens, some businesses say that that's exactly what they think has been going on, is that you tend to knee-jerk. Nobody wants to see children exposed to the threats of violence like we've seen in this country, and I'm certainly in that category. I just feel we need to be smarter about what we're doing in the process. We've not had any feedback from the council of what this consultant is recommending, and he's been on board with them. Again, I would like to see what kinds of things they're coming out with so that when we're talking partnerships in the process, there may be some things, grants, that we can go after, the Safe School grants and programs that might help in the particular process. Further down on the agreement, it talks about the district is to pay Los Alamitos $44,750 no earlier than July 1st of 2013. So in viewing that, and I know you've worked through a number of issues regarding the agreement, and there were some issues that were tough getting around. I see the school district is paying their 25% essentially at the start of the year. If there's a termination, the 150 days works in. And I'm pointing that out because later on in the agreement with Seal Beach, I don't believe that language is the same. On the top of the agreement, page 6, it says it's an independent contractor. And Mr. City Attorney, I know you said you didn't know there was an independent contractor, and I don't believe under the laws and regulations from the state or the federal government that you can have independent contractors doing the same jobs of employees in the same category, that it's a conflict. And so I think we need to fine-tune. I know what you're trying to say there, but I think it needs to be fine-tuned so that we don't have an issue liability-wise coming back saying that this guy was a 1099 person and not under our discretion in the process. So I think there's better language rather than the independent contractor. But your name's on it, so.
I'm not concerned, but I don't think that it truly means independent contractor in the sense that you're talking. Use the microphone. In the sense that you're talking about.
Right.
It's independent contractor vis-a-vis the school district. But he's obviously our employee, he stays our employee, he's not an independent contractor vis-a-vis the city.
Right.
And the district just wanted to make sure that he's not their employee and that the city is not
This
their
somewhat looks like boilerplate that's been dropped in.
Yeah,
and
I'm not sure where that particular paragraph came from. You're right, I saw it. I'm not sure where the paragraph came from, but I don't think there's any, I'm not concerned as far as the interpretation of that. That's not going to be interpreted as independent contractor as everybody else understands.
The next item on this, number 8, on indemnity. The city is indemnifying the district, its officers, agents, employees from any loss, attorney fees, etc. But there is no cross indemnity to the city.
That's correct.
And every contract that I've worked with for the past 20-some-odd years has been a dual indemnification. And I understand that may be the area where you had the dispute with the school district. So my point being is, I'm not sure we're ready to finalize this agreement at this stage and at this meeting in terms of moving forward, because there could be issues where the school district has a problem, a rogue teacher brings a gun on campus or does something that potentially creates an issue that we're faced to have to deal with. And I want to make sure that the city's interests are protected. And if we're indemnifying them, it's only right that they indemnify us. And I know their attorney feels one way, you feel another way, and so I'm just suggesting.
Yeah, it's not just their attorney, but that was my first reaction when I saw the proposed agreement was, or their version of it was, we're indemnifying you, you need to indemnify us. We went back and forth on that. We had several conference calls. Their position is, we are controlling the SRO. He's our employee. He's the one who's actively working in the school. If he does something wrong, they need to be indemnified. I gave a couple of examples of situations where they might need to indemnify us, such as a floor that's defective and broken, and our officer or somebody else falls through it. Our officer is chasing a child who hurts himself as a result of their contributory negligence. And also the example that you mentioned of a teacher brings a gun onto campus and shoots somebody and we get sued. Their position on that, their strenuous position, to the point where I think they were willing to walk away from the agreement, was they don't need to indemnify us. In the event that one of those situations occurred, they carved out this exception, which is the nothing in this Section 8 shall limit any liability of the district. And we agreed, of course, subject to the council's approval. They're not exempt from liability. They didn't want to be in a position where it's contributory negligence, meaning any lawsuit, or comparative negligence, any lawsuit that gets filed would name both of us. We indemnify them, they indemnify us, because we're more the active party. They're just providing the premises. So we would indemnify them if we're negligent, but they're not exempt from liability. Nothing in this.
Where does it say that?
Nothing in this Section 8, this is in 8, shall limit any liability of the district or city, which liability pertains to an act or omission by any party arising from any event occurring outside of the performance of this agreement by city. Therefore, if their premises are negligent, if their teacher is negligent, they would still be liable. It would only be if we carved out an exception and said that they're not liable for anything, we're liable for everything, that we would have to worry about that. After going back and forth with their attorneys and with their principals, they convinced me that this would protect the city sufficiently and that their position is not erroneous. So that's why it's in there like that. If we were to attempt to make it comparative negligence, where they indemnify us, we indemnify them, I think they're willing to walk away from the agreement. And I pretty much threatened that. I mean, I said, if we can't resolve this, take your money, hire your own officer, and leave us out of it. It would be a shame. And they didn't want that, but I think if push comes to shove, that's where they would go. And then back on the issue of no earlier than July 1st, 2013, that's already passed. So this agreement doesn't get adopted until July 15th.
I understand that. I'm going to talk about that in a minute.
Okay.
Because that's on a different agreement. which
Well,
doesn't follow
okay,
the
you
section.
mentioned it,
I
the
said-
paragraph on this one.
Yeah, because I want to use that as reference to the next agreement.
Okay.
Okay. I guess I have some concerns. I'm a little bit concerned that a school principal, if that was what you were referring to by principal,
No, not the school principal, but the school board member, or the school board
Superintendent.
superintendent of schools were in this meeting, as well as their attorney.
who's not an attorney.
Right, but their attorney as well.
Okay.
One of their attorneys.
Okay. And the president of the school board, was he participating in the meeting?
Yes.
Okay.
And the assistant superintendent also.
That's right.
Okay.
But it wasn't the first meeting. We've had several meetings, and we brought up the examples that the city attorney mentioned, in addition to another example, if there was a pursuit and there's a hole in the premises and a student should go in there, that's not the city's responsibility if they were negligent, not, and they admitted that that would be their liability, that they would have
Except
to take
that what happens is, if it's not part of the document, then we spend legal time going through that process, countersuing back and forth to prove points that we should resolve in the agreement up front, so that it's clear with the agreement, regardless of whether you're still the attorney at the time that comes on or someone else is. And that's my concern here is that we basically have an understanding, but it may not be us that's going to be involved in making that determination at that time. And, you know,
Premises liability insurance, which they pointed out as part of
okay,
our
are they naming us additionally insured on those policies?
I don't believe we've asked them to, but we could.
And are we having to do that on our policies? Under Section 9 on insurance?
I believe so.
I mean, it's specifying the limit of the insurance, including vehicles.
I know we have to provide them with copies of our insurance certificates, and I believe we have to.
Well, it says in the very first paragraph, the city must provide an affidavit, or an ACORD form for that matter, of self-insurance or pooled insurance, if any, and that they're specifying 2 million combined single limit, occurrence-based. I think it's the same thing appropriate from the standpoint of theirs, that we want to know that the state is backed up, or they as a district is backed up, because school districts operate under a different set of laws. They don't have to get approval from the city on things they do construction-wise or other things. Going over to the section with Seal Beach, it says on there under item number 1, page 2 of 7 on that one, that the term of the agreement shall commence as the effective date and continue until terminated as provided herein, but in no event shall survive the termination or expiration of the SRO agreement. I just think clarity-wise, because we're asking Seal Beach to pay 25% of this, that the same terminology of the term, which is shown in the SRO actual agreement from July 1 to June 30, 2016, should be spelled out so that it's clear. I had a discussion with the chief regarding Section 2A and B on the payment, and it specifies that they're paying $44,750, which shall be paid to Los Alamitos by July 31st, and then in subsequent years, Los Alamitos is to give Seal Beach notice of any increase, if any, 60 days in advance. No increase in the SRO cost shall be more than 5%, and I'm not sure how that fits into labor agreements that are coming up, how that relates, if that's going to be sufficient to cover those, and we haven't gotten to that particular point, but it affects us because we're going to have to do that. The second paragraph talks about Los Alamitos submitting to CO Beach annual invoices for the amounts claimed pursuant to the agreement. Such invoices shall be submitted by November 15th of each year, commencing on November 15th, 2013, and then the final one, CO Beach shall pay Los Alamitos by June 30th of the following year. So it's not clear to me. I get the impression that they're paying the $47,750 initially,
Yes.
and that in November, we're going to be billing them for the next fiscal year that they have to pay by June 30th.
That's correct.
If that's not the case, then I read this as that we're fronting the cost, and they're being given until
No, you're
June
reading
30th.
it correctly.
All right.
And if I can add, as far as the 5% increase, if I understand it right, that's, if it's going to be more than that, we've got to give them notice prior to the middle of November, the year prior.
And when are our
And that goes with
labor-
the school district as
Yeah,
well.
when are the labor agreements being negotiated for this year?
I think that should start up early this fall.
Okay, so we should be able by early November to be able to do that?
I'm not certain, but we still do have 5% to work with. And the whole idea of that is so we can get their commitment 150 days in advance, and we don't dump on them at the last second when they're not prepared for a significant increase.
No, I agree. I agree.
So the questions you have, Councilmember Gross?
That's essentially the questions. I would ask that you go back and kind of look through this again and see if there's some of that fine tuning wise that, you know, the cross indemnification, I understand what you're saying. It's kind of a dual side poker game. We're happy to do it, but we're just as happy to walk too, if that's what they want to do. We set out to do this, and a great deal of work has been put into trying to do it and share the cost in the process. It's to their advantage to do it. Again, I'm not quite sure where they're coming from, that they don't have to, other than that they don't want the added exposure. And so,
And I think part of it is just the complication. I mean, I'm not certainly defending them because from our perspective, the ideal position would be to have us indemnify them and them indemnify us. But that does result in everybody being involved in litigation to determine who's responsible and what percentages. They indicated they're not willing to do that. If the council wants me to go back and say it's that or nothing, I'm willing to do that.
Okay.
And in terms of the insurance, I mean, if it's just the insurance issue, you could approve it tonight with a caveat that the district shall provide the city with additional insured certificate for premises liability and any other liability that they might have.
I would suggest that we do that simply because it makes it clear if we do get into litigation, that way we know who we're dealing with and not having to delay. I've been involved in situations where one party's insurance settles, and all of a sudden you're the only guy left on the boat. And so that potential can happen. And I just think we need to protect the city as much as we can going through this. So.
Is that it, Councilmember Gross?
That's it.
Thank you. Questions?
Two questions. One is, on the considerations, the $179,000, weren't we discussing like 190 in the course of?
Our initial estimates were, about $10,000 more than that. Actually, as we finely tuned our calculations and looked at things, we were able to reduce it.
Okay. More importantly to me is the issue of the 4 10-hour days.
Yes.
I want to do this with all the sensitivity it deserves, but we're doing this so nobody gets shot. on campus. And I don't want to be in this desk, in this seat, at this desk, when Chris Wallace says to me, Mr. Murphy, did you ever think that maybe the fifth day when the students were there might have been just as important as the other 4? I really have trouble with 4 10-hour days when the students are there 5 days a week. And I'd like to know if we can change that. I mean, I heard what Dean asked, I heard your response, but this is a new position, and that's when the work is. It's 5 days a week, 8 hours a day. I mean, how do we pick what day? It's like Russian roulette, for a very bad pun, I'm sorry.
No.
That what day don't we have somebody there? And does the person who decides to shoot up the school, they're not going to notice that? I mean, that's the one person who's going to be paying attention to that item. And it truly bothers me that we're going to have one day where it's not an issue because of a labor agreement or whatever, and it just doesn't make sense to me. Okay.
I'll explain very frankly. We've had this discussion with the school district. Their initial preference was that it be a 5-day, 8-hour workday, and you know, there's a few factors to consider. One, you know, this assignment will require time above and beyond those hours that the officer is at the school. There will be some preparation time, some training time, some processing reports, things that will occur before and after that officer's shift. So we do anticipate that he'll be able to maximize his 10-hour days. Our officers are, right now, they work modified schedules. They work either 12.5-hour days or they work 4-hour days, depending on whether they're working patrol, detective assignments, traffic assignments. And very frankly, this assignment, which we want to be an attractive assignment for our officers, would not be an attractive assignment if we were to require the officer to work a 5-day, 8-hour workday. We don't want to get to the position where we are assigning this to an officer who really doesn't want to work this assignment, because we all agree, the school district agrees, that the best officer for the job is the officer that wants to work with the students and wants to work at the schools. And frankly, if it was an 8-hour day, 5 days a week, I probably wouldn't have any officers volunteering for this assignment. And like I said, when I discussed this with the school officials, they all agreed that we want the best officer, not the low officer on the totem pole. We also agreed that, to answer your question about what days do we decide, obviously the officer's standard days off are going to include the weekend, Saturday, Sunday.
Sure.
We will flex that third day based on the school schedule. We will have the school schedule in advance. We will pick out the days, and if there's a day that happens to be Wednesday that the students aren't there because of teacher training or whatever, that will be the officer's day off. So we will maximize to the extent we can the officer's schedule consistent with student days on the campus.
That's fine when there's a day when there's nobody there, but on a 5-day week, we're 20% unprotected. It frankly just doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, I think we all understand that there was just no way that we were going to work it so that 100% of the time we'll have our officer there. There will also be vacation times, there'll be sick days, and other instances, court days, that the officer can't be there. And we are all going into this with our eyes wide open, understanding that those situations are going to occur.
Okay, well, thank you. That's all I have.
Just wait. On this side, questions?
Yeah, I got a couple. First of all, Chief Mattern and City Attorney Reisman, watching sausage be made is pretty gruesome. So we understand that, we gave you guys a pretty tough charter, which is go do this SRO thing. And now you're just getting really honest feedback. So please, the message to you guys is just let us work our way through this. But I'd also say a message to the school district and to their board is let us work through this too. I almost sense, if I was to ask both of you guys, usually when we get a staff report, it's a staff recommendation that's like thumbs up, thumbs down. I almost hear reticent response from Carrie of, this isn't really what I would recommend to you, but we're doing it. And so I'm unclear if we really got a clear staff recommendation, thumbs up, that the city is protected in the best light. And can I just poll? I mean, are you guys on board with this? Is this the recommendation? You guys are unequivocally on board? Yeah.
All in all, I think this is the best thing for the students of Los Alamitos.
Well, let me ask about the city.
If I had my druthers, it would read a little bit differently, and it is a compromise position that was negotiated. So, yeah, I mean, I would love to have it my way.
Okay, Todd or Chief, where are you at?
When it comes right down to the indemnity protection, I've got to defer to our city attorney. I mean, that's when the language gets very technical. So.
Yeah.
I say what he says.
So on the indemnity thing, it's a very good point. It's a one-sided situation. And if we take indemnity and throw the big words out, the bottom line is something happens, and like the trash lawsuit, which was a blast. So that at the very beginning, when that came in, who did we hand that problem to? We handed it to our lawyer, but the lawyer was paid for. Any situation that comes from this SRO, discharge of the gun on campus, any type of thing, we are the first stop in this. We are assuming 100% of being the go-to in this. And when I look through on the indemnification side as kind of a non-negotiable, I've been hearing about this kind of behind the scenes that we almost reached an impasse. And the only thing I would tell you guys, as a council, we unequivocally said, do this. So please, we're not saying back off. We're also saying you're unequivocally empowered to be a pain in the butt and fight back and know when to draw the line and say, we're walking away, because you can say it all day long, but you're not walking away until we say you're walking away. But you can walk away from the table. And I just hope that, Carrie's new, trying to get his sea legs here. Greg's, everybody. I don't know if we've really taken a tough stance, or you just did because everybody really cherishes the school district as we do because all of our kids are there. But I'm just saying some of this stuff seems loose, specifically on the indemnification, on the payment terms. And I'm saying unequivocal support, but I'm not sure that we got tough enough on some of the things that, look, if I was a business owner in this situation, I would never sign up, especially our guys are carrying guns. I want some indemnification at some point that, if something happens, I think it's going to be us doing something on accident or we'll claim whatever. But, the bottom line is we don't have coverage, legal, technical coverage. And so I'm concerned with the wording. I'm supportive of the principle and the sausage making, but I do think that seems like we need another tough discussion on that. The other thing that I was just kind of curious about is that, under this, there was legal coverage, almost like I was doing a public works contract, like I need an umbrella insurance coverage of X amount, $1 million. We belong, and our mayor is a member of the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority, and we pay over $400,000 a year for that potential coverage. When we have problems, we potentially can handle some. There are more workers' comp and some of the other things. My question is specifically, are we setting up a structure in this to where we're a municipality, but we're treating it as a business contract because we're getting remuneration or money from these different agencies? So versus how we would handle it by just having our police on the street, wouldn't see that the Joint Powers Association that we pay almost $500,000 a year provide the coverage? Why are we providing an umbrella over and above that? Or am I looking at a different situation that I don't fully understand?
I don't think you're providing anything in addition to what the JPIA provides. You're just saying this is what we have. We have this insurance. And, one way to look at it is anytime a police officer goes into a business to enforce the law, there's no agreement that that business is going to indemnify us in any way. So this is, yes, he's stationed there, but it's still our officer that we control, that we need to train and make sure that, he does the right thing, where the district doesn't have any control over him. So
are we required by the California Joint Powers Insurance Authority to notify him that we have a very unique situation where we're actually contracting for legal service or protective services or truancy officer, whatever it is, but it's something different than what our normal mode of operation, because we're actually getting paid to do it. Is there a legal or a business issue of disclosure that's required on that insurance policy? Do we know technically?
I know we've ran by the limits that were asked from the other entities, the insurance limits. We ran that by CJPIA, and they said they were okay with it.
Limits, but I mean specifically scope of services as we're really a service provider in this situation, which is very unique compared to just our normal, where a cop on the street is not. It's part of a municipality. It's not contracted directly to the people.
I'm not sure if we technically, when we checked, if we technically.
Well, and if not, maybe that's an
service.
open item. So yeah, I mean, I'm just going to put it up as an item if we can take a look at that. The role of supportive, or the role of the superintendent of security services, or whatever that specific role is at the school district. I know when I voted for this, I said, I'd really like to get an orientation of what that role is. Some of the questions that Councilmember Gross is bringing up aren't showstoppers, but they're scope of services. Do we do truancy officer stuff? Do we do, should I be expecting to go to Veterans Stadium and seeing our SRO there handling security? I would be a little bit concerned of what was in their budget, what is in their scope of services, if they start feeling like maybe we're taking on, in good faith, we're taking on these roles. The police dog thing, we used to have something like that on our side. Are we taking on things that will eventually have to? Police dog's a bad example, I can tell by your reaction. But I for me, I just really want to try and get an idea of, I'm still unclear on the scope of their assistant superintendent of security or whatever that guy. It's a full-time job. My tax money is paying that too, and I don't know what that job does. Some of the things that I'm seeing here seem like might be done by the school district. I mean, to Dean's point, but I don't know. And so that coordination, it would be helpful to get some sort of an orientation, since we're in a partnership with the school district, is could they give us, even in a staff report, they don't have to send people over, send us just something on the side that says, here's what this role does. We're in this together. The question I had, Chief, when I was the mayor, we did the contract for the POA, the police union contract. And one of the things that we did as an enhancement is to pay for education. Another thing that we did is we also paid special duty pay. That means they got an incentive for taking on assignments like detective, like there was 3 or 4 or 5. Does SRO qualify for incentive pay? So to kind of probably perpetuate the concern that Rich or Councilmember Murphy has, is that to also get extra pay and kind of be inflexible on schedule. Is the contract laid out to where 440, 4 days a week, 10 hours a day, or 40 hours a week done kind of in succession? Is that just our normal standard? So most of the guys just are on 440s or 3 12-hour days, so they don't want to work 5 days? Or is that a legal agreement?
That's just the reality of it. And we really want this, everybody wants this position to be, I mean, it takes a special officer to really excel at this assignment. I mean, it's not just we're assigning a cop to the school. We want this officer to really become specialized in providing policing services at a school. We want somebody who really wants to work with our youth. So it's not, hey, we're tapping on somebody's shoulder and saying, you're going to do this.
Yeah.
We want the officer who wants to do it.
The Russian roulette, and by the way, is that a Chris Wallace, a Fox News reference there? But Councilmember Murphy, but anyway,
I don't
your
know
interview.
MSNBC, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
When you're going through to basically put this SRO in place, there's one way of looking at the Russian roulette principle of 20% of the time you're uncovered, or you look at it as for a significant portion of that law enforcement capability within our district we're getting paid for, and the downside is the school district gets 80% of that. So the community potentially, even Los Al, since we're paying a bigger share, gets 20% of that value of the added time, as long as it's not overtime spent at an athletic event, which is then I'd go back to where Dean's at. So I'm interested in the services or scope of services, more specifically of what are the ground rules so that we don't overreact from a council of seeing SRO somewhere where we thought it was supposed to be. I mean, right now, even up here, the perception is it should be 5 days a week, ready to go, should be able to see the police car there. Maybe I'm on the other side. It's like, look, I'm glad that I'm getting a new officer at 80% on the dollar. My kids are over there, but I do care, and I don't think, just like no one knows how many cops are on at any one time, they probably don't know what's going on there. So again, you haven't lost support from my position, but help me just have a better understanding, because if the community is continuing to ask questions like Dean says, I just want to be consistent with what our reaction should be to that. And we do pay a lion's share, so maybe we should receive that extra 20% benefit to the city, or not, but it would be helpful.
And I can also tell you, as far as the 10-hour day versus the 8-hour day, we will incur probably significantly more overtime if they are working an 8-hour day.
Yeah.
Because we expect them. They're going to be involved in investigations. They're going to be processing reports. They're going to need time above and beyond their time spent on the campus.
Yeah, it was interesting. Officer Kim, I used to see her always when I'm dropping my kids off at the high school, and I wasn't sure if that was just her staying there and waving to people as you come in to kind of, hey, the police is here, and then they were gone, or whether that was an all-day thing. But I do think there was effective ways that you guys have been handling to kind of make sure physically, or at least visibly, the presence is there. Just the last thing is I'm supportive. It still feels like we got some work. I think the indemnification is really important. I also think the validation on the insurance coverage through the California JPIA is important to me. It doesn't affect the district, but it definitely affects us and our insurance standing, because eventually I'm going to re-agendize that and have another evaluation. I just want to make sure we're not causing a problem there. Different issue. This taking the line, or they're about ready to walk, that sounds pretty serious. If none of us on the council are part of that, especially our mayor and their board presidents I don't think it has to be a flex off. But I think that we do need to, if you need council help, Warren's always available to go and do that as the mayor. And if this is the first time I've heard that they actually almost walked.
Well, and maybe I overstated that. Okay. I mentioned that as a possibility, just kind of in passing, just to make sure that they knew that we didn't have to do this. Mm-hmm. And then they brought it up during the negotiations as well, that the city is threatening to cancel, go back on the whole deal. But I can't say for sure that they were really or are really ready to give it up. I just told them at some point, we don't have to do it. And they had mentioned something about that they had the ability to maintain security or something. So if you have that ability, I said during the negotiations, then maybe you should just hire a security guard, instead of a sworn police officer. So that kind of blew up. And one more thing I just wanted to throw in, the truancy is not in the agreement. That's what the former SRO used to do, and I think it's in the staff report, but I don't remember seeing that kind of thing specifically in the agreement.
Okay.
If I can add, as far as the truancy checks, we did do that before. And I will add that, from a police perspective, we thought that was valuable. You can say it's a school issue, but at the same time, if kids aren't in school, where are they? Mm-hmm. Our SRO in years past did participate in that. We don't have to. We do control the officer. But, you know, from my perspective, I don't want to say that's a bad thing, but if the direction is we don't do that, you know, certainly we can
Chief,
accept
I
that.
think we're policy guys. We're not police guys, so we need to defer to you. I think all we're saying is communication-wise, what's in scope.
Right.
Just so that we're consistent with when somebody goes, can you believe the police guys are doing it? It's like, yeah, that's what the, police said they're going to do these 5 things, and that's, I just want to get behind it. Hey, when we were the SRO through 2008, did we have such a cumbersome agreement before? Or did we just do it?
I don't recall the details. I don't want to guess.
Okay. Are we required, because that we're getting money from them and SEAL, to put together such a detailed contract? Or, I mean, municipalities work together all the time on issues. I mean, Westcom is definitely something different, but, I mean, maybe we should have, well, I won't go to there, but just a question, couldn't we just provide the service and do an allocation of budget and work through the details and let the professionals go through? I mean, an indemnification thing is solved very cleanly through a normal municipal process. Both parties get together that are affected, they work through it, they kind of partner and they work. Right. Does this have to be a contract?
Well, I mean, that's one of the reasons why Seal Beach has its own agreement. I mean, we initially talked about an agreement with all 3 parties, and Seal Beach said, hey, let's make it much simpler for us. All we're doing is reimbursing you. So that, hence the details in the district's agreement, but not so much in the Seal Beach agreement. But, I mean, yes, those are the details that at least the school district was comfortable
the next
with.
thing you know, we'll be providing police services like this to Rossmore. I'm just joking, but but anyway. So I don't know if there was a way to lax up. It just seems like we're taking a good thing and turning it into something very rigid, open for philosophical policy debate and second guessing. And I would just be open to if look, Kerry, you're the guy. So if this is what we need to do, but I don't know if we can pull that back into the barn and try it one more time.
It started out very simply. I think Steve Skolnick prepared a 3-party agreement that was much simpler than this, and the other 2 parties both said no for different reasons, and the district came back with this. So, I mean, I'll do whatever the council would like. I'm happy to go back and say we can't do it like that. We need to renegotiate. My council, wants indemnification to go both ways.
Mayor, thanks for the time. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, thank you. Well, Troy took most of what I was going to say. What did we do before? Because I will say that Dave Boyer, who is the president of their board, did reach out to me and say it was much simpler before, but now we've got a new attorney who's got some concerns, and it seems like it's muddying the waters. Now, that's not on you. I'm just passing on to you what was said.
I'm glad he said that, because that's the indemnity that he's talking about.
Right, exactly, and he went into that. But I agree with Troy. It's like, here's this nice thing that we're trying to do for all of our kids, and it's becoming so technical that maybe we're not going to be able to do it, and I don't want to see that happen. Do we have any statistics as to whether or not we have, on a regular basis, more crime during the summer?
I don't know that our statistics reflect that or not. I mean, yes, we have those statistics. We can look, but on a year-to-year basis, if we have more crime in the summer, I mean, I wouldn't say so.
Well, I was just going to say it's a benefit to us if we find that we have even more traffic issues where there are citations needed to be given. We have this extra officer not only to patrol and protect, but also to provide safety on our streets. So to me, that's an added bonus for what we're doing with this. I addressed in my notes also some of the things that were brought up. And Todd, I'm glad to hear you say that we were going to utilize any days off as the day off for the officer to maximize what we have. I think that one thing, and if you said this already, I apologize because there was a lot being discussed, random days. In the weeks that have 5 days, we don't have to have the officer work Monday through Thursday. Like they said, we don't want to have the kids know exactly when they're going to be there because if potentially they want to have bad behavior, that's going to be what they'll do. So random days on a 5-day week, I think, is something that we might want to take into consideration. And then I agree with the others that mentioned the JPIA or CJPIA. I would like to find out from them whether or not they have other cities that have similar contracts. Because when I talked to Greg, I said, why are we reinventing the wheel? I know maybe it's a unique situation, but maybe there's some kind of template that we could move forward with that we're all comfortable with, instead of the school kind of shaking their hand and saying this is the way we want it, if that's what happened. So I'd like to look into that if we're going to be going another round at this. I would like to see it be done as soon as possible, but not putting the city at risk by any means. I agree with Dean. I know you say that the truancy part of it is really been beneficial. I'm uncomfortable with that, but again, that's up to the professionals. I don't think that if my son was missing school, let's say for a sickness, and he was off 4 days, and I don't know what the deadline is where you start saying, okay, now we're going to go out and check, but I wouldn't want to see a police officer showing up at my door. As a parent, I'm parenting my child. I don't need the government to be doing it for me, so I do have some real issues with that.
Understood.
You know, the way I look at this, as opposed to having 1 day that we don't have coverage, we have 4 days that we do have coverage. And that's 4 times more per week that our children are protected. That's the way I choose to look at it. So I'm very excited about having an SRO there, period. And just a caveat to this, we're looking at this, I think, as I think Dean said, a knee-jerk reaction. I don't see it that way. I think the Sandy Hook got our attention for the potential for this to happen even at a lower level at the elementary school. But there are so many things that go on over at that high school. I have a son who just graduated last year, and there's a need for a police officer to be there. And I'm not saying that there's, you know, drug deals going on or anything like that, but there are so many other things that this school resource officer can address. And in our staff report, it talks about the other things that they did to improve the safety. There are several different categories here. Let's see. Program implementation. We have the staff being trained, the SRO being trained, and just improving campus safety, strategic planning, as Dean was talking about, and substance abuse and truancy. We've already kind of talked about that. And it's expanding the community focus. And that's one thing that's been important to me, is more interaction between the community and the police department, because I think we have a great police department. I think we have a great community. And the more that they know each other on a personal level, the better it is for us and the better it is for everybody involved. So I don't want us to just look at it like we're hiring this SRO to protect in case some kid or some person comes onto the campus to shoot our children. There are so many other things that need to be addressed. I think that on the city council, there are lots of things that you do and you get to be a part of, but very few of them are like this SRO. And that's why every budget session I ask, can we do an SRO? Can we do an SRO? And now it's come to the point where we feel compelled as a community up here to provide that extra safety for our children. So the items that I was going to bring up have already been discussed, so I'm not going to beat a dead horse, and I'll go ahead and pass it to the mayor. But I would like to say the sooner we get this done, the better, with, you know, protecting the city being first and foremost.
Okay, thank you. So the questions I have, I guess more simply put, right now we have 100% of liability on the campus. You send an officer in, reliable, correct? I mean, the indemnification doesn't exist. Like you said, we go into a business, there's no indemnity clause for that. So this to me is almost, it's really simple. It's no different than that. You're hiring an officer, their beat is going to be the campus, but it's their beat. And like any other place that's part of our city, and the officer could be at McAuliffe, it could be at Oak, it could be at Los Alamitos Elementary, and therefore not providing the coverage at the high school. So I think there's that aspect of it. I don't know that the language in the agreement is any different than dispatching an officer on campus. The coverage, whether it's 4 10-hour days or 5 whatever days, right now it's 100% not covered. So we're going to provide 4 days on a rotating basis. I think that's a good thing. And just because the officer is not there doesn't mean you're not going to send somebody. I mean, that's going to happen regardless. So I kind of look at this more simply. So maybe the question to the city attorney is, are we exposed for anything more than what we were exposed for now if the chief had to dispatch an officer there? Do we have any additional risk?
No.
So in this agreement, all it does is, I think it outlines the risks to the partners that are paying, right? That's really what it does.
Well, yeah, I mean, the other partners have little risk as they would in general.
Seal Beach, no,
Seal Beach, right.
as they're just paying money and they're just saying, you're not going to hold us responsible, right?
Right.
And with or without that, we're still responsible.
Right.
I think the big question, as Councilmember Edgar said about the JPIA, is there a special circumstance that we need to notify them that we have this situation? That's a question, but I believe other municipalities have SROs. It's not a new or novel thing, so I think it's probably a fairly easy answer. And
I had sent that question back, and I don't know if Josh or who, somebody I think did check with JPIA.
Yeah, we verified with JPIA.
There's no extra.
They understand the situation, and they said there was no extra.
Right. Much like not having an SRO and dispatching an officer there, it's the same coverage. So it's just assigning. So I understand the concerns of the other council members, but I think we're haggling, or we're trying to carve out these positions where we're trying to protect the city, but I think we're protected, and I think we have the same exposure, no more, no less. So. With that, I think Councilmember Gross, you had one more comment?
I'm just going to inquire, and I think you may have already answered it. The SROs that we had before, did they work the 410?
They did.
Okay.
Okay, is that it? So back to the council. I will, before we have some kind of motion, I'll open up for public comment. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this?
Carol Berry again. This is a little bit off topic. I've been outside listening, watching the monitor. Thank you very much for your service to our community. And thank you all for your comments and your wanting to work cooperatively. I had a question/suggestion. I'd like to respectfully request, just like you said, Jerry, about it'd be better for the police to, know the public. And is there any way that I can request that our city staff have like a name tag with their title? So, because I'm trying to figure out who's what, and you know what I mean? I just think that would be really helpful. So I'd like to request that, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so back to any other members of the public wishing to speak? Seeing that, okay, back to the council here. So we have staff report, recommendation, a lot of discussion. Is there a motion?
I'd like to make I'm sorry, go ahead, Troy.
Mayor, you asked the theoretical and you got an answer. I just got to ask that same question. I want to make sure I fully understood it. You asked the question today, if somebody on the police took on an assignment got dispatched over to the campus and something went bad on our side, we did something, shooting on accident, whatever, and you're saying that we would theoretically have no difference in this contract versus if we didn't have a contract?
Well, I guess the difference is that both would be sued. They would be sued and we would be sued, whereas here we would be indemnifying them. So that's
that's a big difference, though, isn't it? I mean, that isn't the same.
It would be a more complicated litigation. If it was our officer's fault, we would end up paying. The district would cross-complain against us for indemnity in effect without the agreement.
They would cross-complain, but they would have to fight that out through a couple of the first motions in court before they would actually get granted that. This says, go for it, it's done before you even start. There's no shades of gray. Just seems like this is fairly different.
Well,
and Carrie, just to be honest, I mean, you seemed reticent at the beginning, and just even that comment, I still feel that the indemnification issue, I mean, if you subscribe that 4 moves into the chess game, we are going to have to indemnify the school district, it's the same, but the reality is that one takes you directly there, which is this indemnification, and it gets the school district out of the way and it puts it all on us. The other is a court process that eventually potentially clears the school district, but it's a fight. And I would think if we are in a situation that, that we really don't ever want to be in, but it happens, I would think that we would want avenues to protect the city before we both got to that same point. So again, Mayor, I just think that there is a difference in the indemnification, and it is in a, today's operating model versus this are the same. They're completely, on this specific issue, there's no comparison. I personally don't believe so, and I have a hard time supporting that tonight without further clarification. Thank you.
So if I may then, Councilmember Egger, City Attorney, so the indemnification as the language in the agreement here between us and the LAUSD, it is for this specific SRO and the risk that they bear having an employee of the city on campus on a permanent basis. Is that kind of the characterization,
Yes.
in a nutshell?
The indemnification is to cover a situation where the SRO is responsible for an injury, where anything the SRO does causes injury. We, the city of Los Alamitos, are responsible for that.
Okay, so again, the other example, without this agreement, without the SRO, if we dispatch an officer there and the officer chases after a child trips on a planter, breaks their leg, that kind of, same situation, both situations. What's the downside for the city, the risk, with this agreement and without it? Trying to,
If the district committed negligence that contributed to the
let's say it's not like negligence, it's just making chase after a child for whatever reason,
Well-
and the student injures himself.
Right. In that event, the city is undertaking the defense and the payment, or at least the JPIA, of any damages that are assessed. And if the student sues the school district and the school district doesn't have to have a lawyer participate and doesn't have to pay any part.
Under the terms of this agreement.
Right.
Okay, but absent of this agreement, in a normal
Right.
situation,
In the absence of this agreement, lawyers file suit against everybody who might be responsible, and eventually there's a decision, whether it's a settlement or a demur, which challenges the pleading and gets them out earlier than trial. So the district would be involved in fighting it, and that's what they're trying to avoid by having us indemnify them. They don't want any part of such a lawsuit. They feel that because it's our officer, we control the officer, we train the officer, that we should be responsible for it. And if the council is inclined to redirect us back to negotiations, please tell us how far to go.
Mayor, can I just ask, since you're at that point now, if something happens on the weekend, and, is our SRO named so it's only that officer, or what if there is a situation on Saturday or Sunday, and the school district goes, well, that's your SRO responsibility, but it's not one of the 4 days or the 5th? So are there two different standards that apply? We have to sort out whether it was an SRO issue or not, and is there a process to remediate cleanly getting through that process? That's what I would normally see handled in indemnification, is that there would be kind of an orderly process to come to a conclusion on responsibility.
Well, the agreement specifically says that the city shall indemnify for any damages, any injuries, and any property that may be damaged arising out of the performance of this agreement by city. If something happens when the SRO is not on duty, that's not performance of this agreement. The indemnification doesn't come into play.
So it's specific to the time frame or the person?
The SRO.
But
So-
the SRO scope, but they
Yes.
go to the high school because somebody's vandalizing the high school on a Saturday.
Right.
And they shoot somebody. And the person, so again.
That's irrelevant. It's unrelated to the agreement.
Right.
And therefore, the indemnification would not come into play.
Okay.
Because he's not acting as the SRO, is that right?
Right.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand.
Well, that goes back to the scope of services that Dean says is what specifically are the scope of services, and what if it was performed, that scope was performed outside of the scope of the days of 4 days a week or the specific person named, contract's pretty broad. And you could have an SRO issue that fits the scope happen on the weekend.
You could.
Well, to be honest, it's not specific enough in this contract to rule it out.
Well, I think it is. I mean, that the weekend situation, we're talking about an SRO on duty, on campus, during school days, 4 of the 5 school days per week. If something happens at 9 o'clock at night, and it's not the SRO, if something happens on Saturday, even if it's the same officer, which it wouldn't be because he only works 5 days a week, that's not subject to the indemnification. And that's just something that a court would sort out very quickly and easily. If they tried to have us indemnify, they would lose. I mean, that's not the kind, you can't cover every single situation that defies logic. And a weekend situation, when you have an SRO agreement during the week, would not, would not logically fall under the indemnification.
Mayor, if I may?
Yes.
Oh, Dean had his finger up.
I'm not trying to tear this all apart. However, from what I gather that you said, our prior city attorney drafted documents which were not acceptable. So the city or the school district drafted this document.
That's my understanding.
And presented it to us. So like any organization that is going to submit a contract, they're going to put in that contract anything and everything that protects them, point A to point B. I have a concern with that because I think we have a bigger issue from the standpoint of protecting, and that's the entire city and the citizens in the city. I know there's been reference that there's 3,000 people that are at the high school. There's also an area of errors and omissions that can come into this thing the same way, that the school resource officer had an obligation and a duty to determine this and failed to do it. And then that creates liability back on us. Did we do any type of outreach or research with any other school districts that contract with a police agency? And I know the sheriff's office provides SROs in a number of areas. Regardless of who's paying the bill, is there a written agreement that exists that you can do a comparison on that comes back and said, I know you guys did this, however, this is in place at XYZ cities. This is clearer, balanced in the process, because the understanding I'm getting is, here's your agreement, sign it.
Well, it was negotiated after they submitted it back.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, I don't think we've really had that much play in the process of what was going on with this. It was reacting to what they provided to us, fine-tuning. I don't know what you took out, because there's still a lot in this. And as I said, I've dealt with contracts. On the city side of things, when we enter into a contract with a service contractor, a public works project, we require them to name us additionally insured, indemnify the same type of a situation. I don't know whether it's cross indemnification or not, but is there value for us to hold off on doing something on this tonight that allows you to go back and fine-tune, and you've heard the dialogue back and forth, you've heard the concerns that have been raised. We probably should have something in writing from the insurance entity that says, yes, we understand what you're doing, and yes, it's covered. And I'm assuming the $2 million is what our normal base is. I know we're insured, self-insured to a certain level, and they carry the overage from that standpoint. There's some loose ends that I'm just concerned about, and I think we can fine-tune them. Is there a problem if this is not finalized tonight?
There it is.
Well, we are getting close to wanting to implement this, and we do have a lot of planning and hiring behind the officer that's going to go there. So I would hope that if we do have some direction to modify these agreements, or at least, or I'm not sure if we're talking about both agreements or just the one with the school district, if there's a way that we can get as much direction as we can and approve it ultimately in a matter that's accepted by the city attorney, that's what I would prefer, so we don't have to wait another month.
Right.
And I know Seal Beach and the school district, they're eager to get this done too. In fact, I think they both had this on their agendas for this week as well. So this is going to delay us all.
I recognize that, but I'm just uncomfortable, you know?
Can I ask just one point of clarification? It seems to be the indemnification is the big holdup. I know there are some payment times, but that's something we can instruct you to fix and still move forward tonight. Is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay. Our city attorney, on behalf of us, represented us at the meeting. He's comfortable with this. We are not attorneys. I think we've asked really good questions, but I think at the end of the day, he's telling us that there's no extra risk. And I think that this is something we could go forward with tonight with some minor modifications as to when the payment's received and such, and move on from there. I worry about the fact that we've already got someone that we're looking at to hire in place of this person taking this job. And again, we're not trusting the professionals that we've hired to do the jobs. And I think that that sets a bad precedence. You know, we had that in the budget where we are not relying on the professionals that we've hired. They're using set standards to make decisions for us, and yet we're kicking it back and kicking it back. And I only say that because in the past I've been responsible for some of that. And so, you know, I just think with this, there's a way we can move forward. We're not in any extra risk. You talked about the weekends. I understand what you're saying. When I was at the president of Pop Warner and on the board for many years, there are officers that show up, do their drive around, they go on, kind of check things out and come back. We're at no different risk there than we would be if it was, you know, in the situation of an SRO. So I think that for me, I would call for the question.
Okay, so hang on. I don't know. Is that it?
Yeah.
Councilmember Murphy.
I'd like to know the procedure how do we instruct you as to how far we want to go in these negotiations? Do we have to have a closed session, and does that have to be agendized?
we can't have a closed session on it because there's no threat of litigation. It doesn't involve real property, negotiations. It doesn't involve labor to the extent that we can, it's not labor negotiations. So any instruction you're going to have to give me, is going to have to be here in open session. If you'd like me to go back and negotiate it and you give me specific instructions, I will do that. But I fear that, I'm going to be here next month and we're not going to have an agreement if we do it that way.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we do send Kerry back to negotiate an agreement he's comfortable with. And I think you can safely say that you don't know which way this council is going to go if you don't get it. So you're not bluffing, and that's my motion.
I'll second that.
Well, I already made a motion that we go with the recommended action.
You didn't quite make that motion, but okay, understand. So we were getting comments. So we have a motion, a second. We already had public comment, right? So any discussion? So Jerry, you want to?
Want to make what?
Well, you want to? Okay, we have a question. Well, we have a motion. So.
Was there a second?
Yes, Councilmember Edgar.
You seconded her motion?
No.
Richard's motion.
Richard's motion. So we have a
Wait,
motion.
She
a motion.
said she had a motion.
No.
Okay.
Yeah. She called for a question, but there was no question. Sorry,
I
Jerry.
think then, whatever the correct terminology, do we have to go through a process before we do a substitute motion?
We could just substitute the motion, right? I mean,
Okay.
offer substitute motion.
I think that my recommendation or my motion is to move forward with this because the city attorney has done the job. He says he's comfortable with it. He stated that if he goes back to the drawing table, he's going to come back and he's going to be in the same place. So my motion is to move forward with the recommended action with instructions to the city attorney with regards to the payment dates that were not consistent, see if we have some consistency there, and move forward with this.
So that's the substitute motion. So is there a second for the substitute motion?
Dean raised his finger.
Discussion? Discussion on that motion? Because I don't.
No, we can't discuss it until there's a second, right? So is there a second? You want to second it to discuss it? No second, so the motion will die for lack of a second. So, back to us for discussion. I do have some questions on the motion by Councilmember Murphy, seconded by Councilmember Edgar. So, to me, the direction to you, City Attorney, is that you're comfortable with, is a bit, to me, vague. I'm not sure standards of comfort would be well understood, or, you know, again, we can perhaps review the any kind of recast revised agreement and come up with a lot of other questions and concerns. So is it clear to you in terms of you're comfortable and bring it back to us?
I think the intent is for me to negotiate a position that I'm more comfortable with than the position that I've already negotiated, which I was, comfortable recommending, but I could be more comfortable. And
But if you were to describe what's more comfortable,
it's going to involve some indemnification on their part as well.
okay, now, do you think that the indemnification on their part will be a showstopper and then we'll walk away and not have an agreement?
I don't know.
Okay, and.
So are we
fine.
giving him that authority?
It's possible.
Okay, and the, again, I'm kind of simple-minded in this whole matter, right? So, and I understand what Councilmember Edgar had said about the dispatching an officer versus having one stationed there, and all the risk is on us. So I guess I'm still, perhaps you can walk me through the process one more time. So if there were no SRO in place, no agreement, and we dispatch an officer, the officer causes some bodily harm to a student. The student then, the family perhaps would then choose to seek, sue the city, sue the school, sue the superintendent, sue the janitor, whoever, right? And with the SRO, and with the SRO agreement in place, they could still sue everybody.
Yes.
But the difference is the school would be indemnified by us.
And defended.
And defended by us.
So the JPIA lawyer would defend everybody.
Okay. And then verbally speaking, I guess the assessment from the JPIA on the agreement, or maybe not the agreement, I don't know if they saw the agreement, the SRO, the concept of the SRO, that coverage is provided, right, in the case of an SRO. So I don't know the extent,
Yes.
the extent of whether the JPIA will extend the coverage to the school in the event the school is sued. We don't know that. That's the part we don't know.
Well, when we indemnify and defend somebody by contract, SCJPIA takes on that defense. They wouldn't have they wouldn't have the ability to say, no, we'll only defend the city, we won't defend the contractually obligated
So
party.
would your comfort level increase if the JPIA stepped in and said that we will extend that coverage, that the indemnification coverage to the school?
I'm already confident that they will. So, no. I'm already confident that
The coverage extends to the school if this agreement were to be approved by this council?
Yes.
I see. Okay, thank you. With that, I have no other questions.
A question, do you know the mechanism of how the California JPIA works as far as setting rates for future out years based on either claims or new responsibilities taken on by the city? Are you familiar with that?
I'm familiar with the fact that if the city has increased claims, they charge it back to us. In terms of increased obligations, something like this, it's my impression, based upon my experience as city attorney dealing with SCJPIA for many years, that something like this would not result in an increase. But, I did not check with them specifically, and I don't have any recent experience along those lines.
Could I just clarify, because Jerry put it in her motion, which is why I couldn't support it. The issue regarding payment, I think, has been clarified from my standpoint, so I don't think that's on the table any longer. To help from the standpoint of the concerns, I think, and nothing toward you or your firm from the standpoint, I would like to ask that you, as part of this review, just check and see if there are other similar agreements with other cities that have SROs that would give you the ammunition, if you will, to go back in with them and say, look, here's what it is a cross indemnification, the council has issues with it, and can we fine tune that?
No, I think that's a good strategy. If I'm going back to them,
Yeah.
I think it's a good idea to see if I can find agreements that have that precise type of cross indemnification.
And with that kind of direction, and on your motion, and your second, is that sufficient direction that the council then could move forward? Or does that is that enough direction for you, or does it need to come back to us to finalize it?
That's enough direction to me at this point. However, if I'm unable to secure an indemnification that's sufficient, I'll come back to you next month so that you can discuss it and decide.
So that we're not tied down in terms of a time thing. We are meeting the end of this month on another study session type of thing. July 30th?
29th.
July 29th. So we could potentially put that on that agenda if there's something, because I don't want to delay it. I think from the standpoint, the city and the department has moved forward on every aspect of it that they need in terms of getting the thing done. And I don't think we're trying to stop that. I think we're just trying to make sure that the concerns and issues that we have are addressed and protected. And if you do that and come back and say, yep, got it done, then go.
So.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Are you saying, Dean, that if we give them direction, that if they go out and find that in essence there is a cross indemnification, it's just not spelled out the normal way, then they have the authority to move forward with this? But if that is not true, then we come back to the council? Okay.
One last clarification. Did we rule out that we cannot step away from these agreements and just have an agreement in principle where we would do some sort of even an ordinance or some sort of inter-transfer from municipality where we can have an agreement where we provide the service and that's justified in how we do business, or do we have to go through a set-alone contract? I'm still not clear.
If we want them to help pay for it, we have to have a contract.
We have
and we
to.
do. I mean, and Seal Beach as well.
Okay.
And that may be why there wasn't theoretically an agreement back
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
on the other two, because we paid the cost.
Okay, so let's call for the question. So we have a motion to the city attorney to return to the board and see if there's a way to improve your comfort level and I guess do the cross indemnification, however that is, the comfort level. And we have a second. So with that, let's call.
Wait. Is that what you were saying?
Yes.
Okay.
But that's different
Well-
than what I said.
Oh, I'm sorry.
When I asked for your clarification, he's going to go back and say, or he's going to ask the CJPIA if that verbiage is considered a cross indemnification. Is that correct?
Either I or staff will.
Okay,
will do
so
that.
that's what we're trying to decide, is whether or not our insurance company is saying this, you're covered, this is a cross indemnification, and if so, then they're going to move
But
forward.
we know it's not.
Now, let me clarify
Yeah.
that. They're not going to say it's a cross
I
indemnification.
know, but I'm saying,
We would ask them are you certain that we are covered if we indemnify them under this
right,
agreement?
right.
And assuming they say yes, I'm still to go back to the district and say, we're not comfortable with this language because we're doing all the indemnifying and you're doing none of it. And here's a sample of, another agreement, hopefully, and see what we can come up with.
Oh, see, I thought we were just verifying.
And if you can, then we're set to go. If you can't, then we'll talk on the 29th.
Right.
But I don't know, Dean, when you say set to go, I don't know, what does that mean?
We're giving him the authority to go ahead with the agreement.
We're hoping that on the 29th, Kerry comes back with an agreement with some changes that enables us to all agree and move forward.
I think
That's the goal.
That I understand.
Okay.
When Dean says go ahead, I'm not comfortable
Okay.
with that, because I don't think that's enough direction, honestly, but unless that was clarified. So, again, I think that.
In any case, we'll come back on the
Right.
29th,
Okay.
either with an agreement or with no agreement.
But from the standpoint of staff, we're okay to continue the process and direction that we're going, because we're haggling basically over verbiage in the process. We're not pulling away from it.
I wouldn't say that's part of the motion. I didn't
No,
hear
no,
that's
no,
part of
but
the
I'm
motion.
trying to
Okay.
give-
Okay, so let's go on, let's just deal with the motion, okay? Not suggest the chief how to, run his operation.
Okay, so what is the motion, just so I'm clear?
The motion is for the city attorney to improve his comfort level by, reopening this discussion, negotiation with the city, the LAUSD, and see about getting the indemnification clause more two-way than one-way. I think that's how I understood it. And it's seconded by Councilmember Edgar. Is that your understanding of the motion?
Yes.
And then at some point, if it is where you can get an agreement, you'll bring that back to the council with that agreement. But I guess the question is, if there's no agreement, then there's no reason to have this scheduled for the 29th. Is that correct? To the council? If there's no agreement, there's no reason to have a discussion, right?
Well, then we can either agree to move forward with what
Yes,
we have. And
Yeah.
What's going to make it more acceptable 2 weeks from now?
Yeah.
I don't,
mean that-
I think if there's no agreement, there's nothing to bring back for the agenda on the 29th.
Okay.
Is kind of how I'd
That's
see
fine.
it, but, I mean,
Yeah, I agree too. I mean, and if that case, I'm open to come before the 29th. I hate to see it fall through. The chief has done so much effort in it, but I think the hardline stance is you're locked with a pretty strong position from the council, and hopefully we'll get some leeway with the district.
okay. So there's the question. Let's put it to a vote. And, Wendy, let's ask for a roll call vote on this one. I want to make sure we really understand who's voting where.
Okay, motion by Councilmember Murphy, seconded by Councilmember Edgar. Sorry. And we'll have roll call. Councilmember Edgar?
Aye.
Councilmember Gross?
Aye.
Councilmember Murphy?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Graham Mejia?
No, and I'd like it noted for the record that I think that we need to start relying on our staff's recommendation and utilize their expertise as opposed to becoming each of the positions every time we address something.
Mayor Kusamoto?
No. So we have it 3-2 passes, so you have your directions, Carrie. Thank you, council, for this. And with that, the hour's getting late. I don't know, with the cutoff time, what is our procedure?
No new business after 10 o'clock unless council majority votes to continue.
Okay, all right. So I did want to call for a brief recess. I think we
Yeah,
could
I've
use
got
that.
rest.
So a 10-minute recess, so we can get back here at 5 of, and then we'll determine how we want to proceed for the rest of the
Don't we have
council
to
meeting.
decide at 9:45 whether we go forward?
Let me pull up the resume
Okay.
to confirm.
I'm sorry, say again?
Let me pull up the resume and I'll
You're right.
confirm.
Yeah, because
Thank
if we
you.
come back, we technically time out. So
Okay.
maybe we might want to do it before the bathroom
Well, it's
break.
already past
Thank you.
9:45.
Thank you, Councilman Ricker.
You almost made it.
Try, Greg.
Yeah.
Good try.
Not quick enough.
If the other items are non-controversial, maybe just whip through as much as you can until 10 o'clock.
And the city council shall not consider any new item after 10 o'clock, no later than 9:45. You have to call roll call.
Okay, so just to us, on the remaining agenda items, 9A, 9B, 9C, and then 10A, Is the, okay, just question to staff on 9A, the League of Cities delegate, is that something, is a timely thing, or can we deal with that next month?
It says August 2nd.
Okay.
They're just looking for a delegate and an alternate.
So if I might ask the council, can we consider this item? And I think we could dispose of this one rather quickly. Sure. After the, I'd just like to take a break.
But are we going to decide to continue on? Isn't that what we're supposed to do, take a vote?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just trying to figure out what we're going to address. So 9A, 9B, I think we can delay that. Would we all agree? So delay 9B. 9C, again, push out again. Unless, Councilmember Edgar, I know you mentioned that about the OCTA 4 or 5.
Yeah.
We've already taken
But I
it.
think we've addressed.
The one that we didn't take care of, and I think we're going to miss, is the Southern California Edison rate issue with the
Chino Hills?
Yeah.
I think we already missed it, though. I think
Oh,
that
did we
there was
really?
I think I saw where.
Yeah, they've already voted to approve it.
Yeah, so they're going to go underground, so.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm okay then.
Okay. And then Congressman Lowenthal, I think that's a thing we can delay, or I think the Congressman Lowenthal topic, we can just send emails into the city manager and
Yes.
just collect them, so.
Say within the next 2 weeks.
Okay, so if we just take a quick break, unless you want to deal with 9A, what's the council's pleasure?
I have to use the restroom.
Okay, can we take a quick
Okay.
break?
And then we still have 2 closed session items.
Oh, yeah. Councilmember Gross is asking a question. So Wendy, can you guide us on how this procedurally works?
So procedurally, per our resolution, City Council shall not consider any new items after 10 p.m. No later than 9:45. Council can decide to continue the remaining items, to reschedule the remaining items, or just to consider the items at the next council meeting. Final adjournment hour is no later than 10:59. And these waiver of time limits have to be approved by a majority vote of the council.
Okay.
So procedurally, we only approve to handle item 9A by the deadline. That's what it sounded like to me. Correct?
I don't think we did that officially. We just decided to move forward. That's
You
what
could
my.
even, Mayor and Council, you could even move this to the 29th if you wanted to.
The 29th is a workshop or a regular meeting? I wasn't clear on that. I thought it was a workshop.
But you could,
It's under the workshop, guys, but it still has to be scheduled as a meeting and be properly
Sure, so we can, okay, deal with this item, so.
I don't see why we don't just finish it. I mean, the items that everybody agreed that could be put off till the next meeting, but whatever we can finish now, I think we should finish. Just recommendation.
I think procedurally, the only one that he got a consensus, the mayor got a consensus on before the deadline was 9A.
Yeah.
right.
So I think that we should at minimum consider that and
Or again, I'll reopen it. Do we want to push it off to the 29th? I'm good with that, too. I'm worried if there's a timeliness of this item, so that's all. So,
I'm ready to make a motion if you open it.
okay, I'll just open it, then I'll just go ahead and we'll hear item 9A, just a quick staff report, City Manager.
Yes, Mayor and City Council, the League of California Cities Annual Conference will be held in Sacramento, September 18th through the 20th. The League is requesting City Council designation of a voting delegate to the annual meeting, business meeting, and the recommendation is appoint a council member to serve as the city's voting delegate for the League of California Cities 2013 annual business meeting, and if the City Council wishes, appoint a city council member to serve as the alternate voting delegate in the event the voting delegate's absence.
Okay, thank you. Questions back here?
I have a question. Didn't we already do that at the beginning of the year? Dean, you're looking at the list. Is that something different, or is it Warren and I?
It's Warren and you.
Okay.
That's what I'm,
Oh, you already have it? Okay, then.
It just,
yeah.
Keep it the same then, and we'll just send it in, is that, well, if that's...
so I'll make a
the-
motion for the mayor and the mayor to be the delegate and the mayor pro tem to be the alternate.
Second.
Okay, so before, any members of the public wishing to speak on this item?
Seeing none.
Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close public comment. Back to the council. So we have a motion, a second, as, I guess it'll be myself and Jerry as the delegate and the alternate. Clear on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, passes. guess the question is, are we going to travel, though? I'm not sure we have the budget to do that, so.
According to the staff report, there's money in the budget to do that.
Okay, lovely.
I think it's for one person.
Okay. So what's next, Wendy? Then we just go to
So item
council.
9B is continued, item 9C is
Yeah.
continued. 10A direction was to, council to email any concerns to the
Right.
city manager within 2 weeks. 9B was already handled.
Yeah.
There was no discussion on continuing 10C or 12A.
Council
or B.
Okay. So council comments we skipped then? Is that, technically we skipped that?
Technically, yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
you guys, I have stuff that,
Yeah, that's
someone's
not new,
asked-
that's not new business.
well, it would be.
Okay,
if it-
so let's go into council comments if we're okay with that. Council comments, who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Thank you.
I was visiting my bank and was approached by a resident, Mr. Dave Jessup, and he would like for the Traffic Commission to consider a crosswalk, on La Salle Boulevard between Florista and, gosh, what is that other street? Right by the Southland Credit Union, which is right there across from Ganal Lumber. Either at the corner of Ganal Lumber, across the street. There's about 150 feet between the other two crosswalks. Many of the people from Old Town use that, from what he's telling me. They just kind of jaywalk. And so he's asking that we have the Traffic Commission look at potentially putting a crosswalk in for safety purposes. And also, I'd like to see the I-405 information that we dealt with here go before the Traffic Commission, have them discuss it. I know we've already acted on it, but it's good for them to be informed because moving forward, things are going to be fluid, I think, and we're going to be needing to readjust it as we go. And there's a email that I received regarding the meeting. I know that Rossmore is now going to have the meeting on August 12th. I'd like to see if we could have that posted on the city website, but also the meeting over at the Hill Classic Middle School in Long Beach. Address is 1100 Iroquois Avenue, and that is for people to weigh in on the potential, supplemental draft EIR, and their opinions as to whether or not they support this 405 project being changed. And so anybody who's interested can go and weigh in there. I want to report out, attended Vector, and a couple of things happened. They made us aware that there were two discoveries of West Nile. One was on a bird, I believe it was in either Garden Grove or Santa Ana, and that they did trap a mosquito over at the racetrack. I believe it was in the main body of water there in the infield. They do move around, so that doesn't mean that that's where the larva is. It's just something that they test periodically through the years and obviously treat to make sure that they protect for that. But for residents, make sure, because of all the hot weather, no standing water, because that's a perfect breeding ground for mosquitoes. I would like to ask the council to consider at some point, not now, but maybe at the next budget meeting, received many calls from residents stating that they couldn't see the fireworks at all. I guess because of moving it out to the airfield and kind of down, people who are usually able to enjoy that were having to move out into the middle of their street and put their chairs so they could be in a trajectory where they could see it. I know I was over at my niece's in Cypress. You could see very little of it. So I'd like for us to entertain the idea of seeing if there isn't some way for us to come up with more money. I talked to Corey regarding maybe some things that would be detonated higher in the air. I know that in the past years, prior to this year and the last year, everything was fine. I know we got a new fire marshal, which changed some of the requirements of how high they could go. But if we're going to put the money and the effort, staff, into this show and this event, it's supposed to, first and foremost, from our perspective, be for our residents. And if many of our residents can't see them, we're doing a disservice to them. And I just would like to have that addressed in the future at a budget meeting. And then also, I would like to say congratulations to Susan Brown, who is now moving on to new adventures. She worked for the city for many years, and we got to present her with a plaque tonight, and that was an honor. I've known Susan for many years. Our kids went to school together. And then Rick DeLeon, who did retire after about 30 years, and I've known Rick since I was about 19 years old. We've been friends. So to both of them, I just wish you the best. And thank you for all the years of service you've given to this community. You'll be greatly missed, and we'll definitely have to stay in touch. And then also to Josh. Josh is going to be moving on, and I know you've only been here for a very short time, but I just have to say to you, I've really enjoyed your tenure here, though it's been short. You're such an ethical young man and very good at what you do, and you will be sorely missed. And I wish that we had had more time to work with you. I think it would have been a really good relationship, and we'll have to have lunch or something before you go. And that's it, Mayor.
Thank you. Who wants to go next? Richard?
Sure. A lot of thank yous. First of all, to the Park and Rec staff. Corey, you guys always seem to be working when we're all playing. I thought the fireworks were fabulous, but being on site, the new location worked wonderfully because you got 5 other shows while you watched the main show. I think we just kind of got lucky there, but I mean, it was a tremendous event. And I want to give kudos to John Underwood for his documentary. It was, for local television, it was tremendous. It was truly an example of, I think, the heights that local television can reach. But it was a tremendous show, balanced, and kind of just gave a great history. I want to thank Congressman Lowenthal. 2 appearances in 10 days is pretty much, I think, a record in this city, and it's good that he's coming out. The Sugar Beet Festival was a phenomenal success. Larry Strother, Diana Hill, and we should have a day for you guys. Shelley, thank you for your updates during the event. I think it really helped, drove a lot of people there. The Register also gave us a lot of publicity pre-event, and I think it really helped. And finally, I got a lot of complaints about the budget process. Primarily people thinking maybe we should start earlier. And I would like to agendize something about the garage fund, because I thought I knew what I was voting for when I voted for it. I know I didn't know what I was voting for when we took it out. So somewhere, if we could figure out what the garage fund does, and as things maybe slow down a little bit, we could agendize that and reach a conclusion. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, do you want to go, Dean?
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you.
I was not able to attend the Sugar Beet Festival, but from all reports it went well. And congratulations to Larry Strother and to Diana Hill on that. I did go to the fireworks show, and that was, I think, the best move that we made. Those people that sit in their front yards and try to watch the fireworks, you're piggybacking on something that wasn't intended, and moving it out onto the airfield was probably the safer way, both from the standpoint of shooting them and from the standpoint of the show. So I would encourage those people that weren't able to see it to be able to, join. You can walk onto the base. You don't have to drive on, and avoid the $5 parking fee. But it was a good show. Lastly, anything else that I've been involved with is included on my website, which is losal.net, and you can find the information there. On the matter of issues from the standpoint of the city, I did ask the city manager tonight to see what we can do on getting a copy of the finished budget, since we approved it and on the fly fixed and put stuff in. I'd like to have an actual copy of what we approved so that we can use that going forward in terms of where changes were made. And then lastly, with respect to the budget, when I was on the council before, we bought $250,000 worth of accounting software. One of the purposes of that was so that the council would be given copies on a regular basis of the budget that shows how we're doing month to month, quarter to quarter, and nothing has happened thus far. And unfortunately, with a change occurring in the finance department, I'm hoping that we can start that process so that we'll see how we're doing, if not month to month, at least quarter to quarter, how the budget is tracking and where we're going over, where we're under, if there's a need to make adjustments that we can do that. So I've made those 2 requests through the city manager. Thank you.
Thank you.
Alrighty. A couple things. I had the opportunity to go to the plain signed honors for the firefighters at the 2 folks that were unfortunately had passed away in Arizona. Their bodies were flown back to the base, and I just wanted to thank the military and the fire authorities for across Southern California that came to our base as we hosted that process and that procession out. I had an opportunity to go to a Precious Life event, and the nonprofits are going strong. St. Isidore also had a pretty good opportunity with the Beat Festival, and I just want to thank all of them for all their hard work. They had bands, 6 or 7 bands that were going on at the same time as the Beat Festival. I think in the future, Beat Festival, wild success. I'm with everybody up here. I just thought that was unbelievable for a first year. I would like to see an opportunity to potentially elongate it to the more historic part or down off of Reagan Street, and I hope that in advance now with a year in front of us that Larry and Diana can work with some of the nonprofits that had concerns about logistics and parking and see if we can get it to be a more contiguous event that would include St. Isidore, as a lot of us are focused on trying to make that the historical center of our downtown. And I also wanted to thank Larry and Diana for such a hard work. You see Larry in here, and what a sunburn that guy has. Definitely he was on adrenaline by lunch, and people were, he just never stops. So him and Diana, just thank you so much for everything you do in the community. And it's people like that you would think about. Diana's not eligible because she's an elected official, but I mean, when we're looking for nominations for people in our community, not necessarily have to be from LaSalle for the Americana. I mean, we need to look at stuff like that. You got people leaving like John Underwood and other folks that have continually contributed to our community, and I think you got to reinforce some of that behavior and thank them. And so our council for quite a while, when we had Marilyn on, who had went off and got an Americana award, we hadn't been active as a council and getting involved in most of all North Orange County Community College District. Cypress College is our college, and we need to help them. Those kids get provided scholarships for the Cypress College event, and they raised I want to say almost $400,000 for kids, and they give it out in increments of scholarships for the students. And so maybe the city gets behind and actually sponsors a table or gets involved with the Americana, and at a minimum helps the nomination process. I wanted to thank Shelley, and I wanted to promote the Cypress Festival. I go every year to that too. I have not ran in the 5K, 10K, but now that there's an incentive that Corey put in place to get a medal, and I love medals, so I think I'm gonna start there this year and see if I can hit them in Seal Beach. So Shelley, just to pay you back, telling you thanks for everything that you do on our side and promoting. As a city council, we really want to promote your Cypress event. The other part that I really like about it, on top of the food and stuff, that pancake breakfast. If you don't run in the event, you go there, you get to see all the higher elected officials, all the chamber people in Cypress, a lot of chamber people from LaSalle. So a lot of the people in the community that you don't normally get to see in one place. It's very well attended at all levels, and the other part of that too is I think that in the same vein as we're trying to work through this Prologis thing, as what somebody said in the community, is we should remind them now it's time to go to the next phase. We got to continue to be forward-looking and working with Cypress, send the right message. I want the 4th of July, and I want Cypress with us on that. And I think we got to separate the issue as a business issue, which is this Prologis thing needs to go away, and we need to maintain a relationship. I also wanted to commemorate. Today was a really important day for the Los Alamitos Police Department, and a very proud time for all of us that are on the council. Chief Mattern has really taken control of the next 10 to 20 years future of our police department. And Chief, I just wanted to commend you. As we started getting retirement, Sharon Kerbeau, Rick De Leon, these are treasures. Many of us, and our kids, that's all they knew was those higher level folks because they were very active in the community. It was kind of bothersome and concerning to me, and I expressed it in the budget workshop of, what is the future of the police department? We've got all this, the people that have these relationships at a high level, what's going to happen? Part of his process was they were going through a hiring process, and it wasn't, we didn't have the need to know yet on the council. When you eventually unleash this, you basically promoted 4 people. We had the opportunity to go to their badge pinning tonight, so Chief Mattern and the mayor promoted 2 people to sergeant. Chris Carr and Rick Moore, and then we went from officers to corporal for Paul Barbieri and Kane Gallagher. And I just, from the city council, I'm very excited that the future of our police department and these leaders that are now assuming control and of leadership positions, I think, Chief, couldn't be more timely. And, the community definitely is supportive of you, but, as you come towards the end of your tenure, you're building a team that will take us to the next level. So I just wanted to tell you thank you, and I just wanted to congratulate all the folks on the police force. We've just got a great group of guys.
And gals.
I have a couple policy things. One of them was the legislative issue that we didn't get to hit when we went through our platform. There's a really important meeting coming up for OSER's pension in August, and I would we're not making a decision, so I'm not asking you guys, directionally, but since our legislative platform's a little loose, right now my role as the chairman of the Orange County Sanitation District, that 600 people, a big percentage of them are on OSERs, not PERS like our city, which is the retirement plans. The OSERS board, which is at the county level, is going to make a really important decision to compact their unfunded liability and basically take what is drawn out over 25 years and try to make everybody pay in 20 years. We, on the Sand District, with the cities that are on OSERS, went to war for that process to try and stop them from doing that, because it actually, for the Sand District, what they already did is going to cost us 9% over the next 2 years in added salary. So imagine if we're in negotiations with the bargaining units and they want 1% to 2%. On top of that, just to sustain business, we have to pay 9% just to pay the unfunded liability. Well, the OSERS board is getting ready to, they had a vote and it went down 2 weeks ago. And what's going to end up happening is that board, one of the board members flipped and now wants to bring it back. It failed 5-4. The 5th vote is going to go the other way. And when they do that, they're going to take a 25-year payback period, shove it to 20 years, which will mean will even be a bigger impact. It affects our residents because on our property tax for the Orange County Sand District, you're paying something that we're basically going to have, we just had a rate increase. We're going to have more increases. What I'm hoping that we can do, and Warren, you and I on some of the letters going back and forth, I would really like to have a letter that potentially is signed by you, even though we're not part of OSERS, that our taxpayers care to support OSERS staying with the current assumptions, with the investment rate at 7.25%, and the payback period over 25 years, and not let them compact it. And specifically, the swing vote right now is our treasurer, Sherry Friedenreich, is the one that voted with it, but she was remote, called in her vote, and then they kept saying, "Are you sure you want that? Are you sure you understand?" She came back in town and apparently has went the other way now and said, "Oh, maybe I didn't understand." That's going to cause our cities and our district a tremendous amount of money. I would really like to send a letter from the city, potentially, hopefully signed by the mayor, if it's not too out of bounds, to be able to try to at least influence her decision on that. So, again, I'm going to move forward with that since our legislative policy lets us go loose, and I'll leave it to Warren's judgment whether he'll sign it or not, and if not, I'll probably sign it. I just feel very strongly, and it really affects us on the Sand District. The other item that I'm interested in is the California Joint Powers Insurance Association. Something was that we're passing on our warrants was $450,000 payment. We keep paying that every year. And Jerry and I and Dean were on when we made that switch, and it was I felt like a really rushed switch. But I don't know about you guys, but I thought that we were only doing that for 4 to 5 years, and then once we were paid in full, that was supposed to be on maintenance, that amount never seems to come down. our mayor is the board member or the person that represents us, or is that Dean?
It's Richard.
Richard, I would just like if you guys could come back and just give us a briefing on what is the future payments for Los Alamitos, and just from a risk assessment perspective, is there an opportunity for us to theoretically withdraw from that or look at different options? Because the potential other option is self-insurance. And we did it because there were some other things going on that we didn't fully understand or appreciate back in 2007 when we did the first time. So I'm hoping maybe in September, it's not an urgent item, but I would just like us to be able to have a discussion on the California Joint Powers. Those are all my issues. I also wanted to thank the City Council for the OCTA letters and the agreement that we had earlier tonight. I really appreciate the help. Thanks.
Thank
That's all I
you.
have.
Okay, so question, Councilmember Egger, on the OSER, so that's also the fire authority, right?
It is.
Yeah, in parts, and I thought that they were at, going from 30 to 25, so that's
Actually, they're thinking of going to 20.
20 now, and there's some, yeah, like you said, what they call the negative amortization part of it, that's the part that, will cost, even on that one. So yeah, I'm in favor of your platform, and however you want to proceed, we can look at that, so.
And Mayor, could you talk a little bit about Irvine's threat lately now with the
Oh,
Florida?
okay, and so, okay. So I did attend the OCFA. We did not address this particular issue with the City of Irvine with the standpoint that they have of overpaying into the Fire Authority Fund. We did meet, both the city manager, coordinator, and myself met with Chief Zeller, who came out and explained how the Fire Authority is put together and how the revenues come in. And it's based on property tax for those member cities that are in the Structural Fire Fund, which we are a part of that. So we pay based on the taxes that we all pay as property owners. So one can imagine when you have property like ours or let's see, Stanton's not really the Structural Fire Fund, but their property values are at a certain value and don't increase that much. Whereas down in the South County, when they're building, expanding, and the house values actually go up quite significantly, property taxes go up. And as buyers sell and repurchase, the Prop 13 adjustments happen, and so therefore they are paying more on a per household basis. So there's this equity issue that they've been, the City of Irvine has been requesting some kind of assessment and resolution. So the Fire Authority chief has been doing her best to provide rough figures, but it's all tied into the property taxes, and that's kind of where things are. So it looks like Irvine can make some decisions in the 2020 year as to how they want to proceed. But I think pulling out of the OCFA would be a rather expensive endeavor, and they'd have to kind of determine. Again, it's to me a make or a buy. Do they want to make this, create this organization within their city and with all the attendant bureaucracy that goes with it, or do they want to continue buying it from the joint powers called the OCFA? So that's kind of where that lies.
Warren, can I ask you, at some point, do you think you'll need input? I mean, to give real numbers to this, the number for LoSal was $658,000 for a year based on our structural and property tax, compared to the $5.5 million that we pay for police.
Mm-hmm.
But, we have the one fire station. Irvine pays $38 million a year, and they have 5 fire stations. And so at some point, I could see where they're, because they even list us as being a recipient, not a donor.
Not a donor city,
And
correct.
do you ever see us having to readjust that at the council, or does that just happen structurally through the property tax thing if there was that agreement that has to be?
Honestly, I don't know the mechanics of how that might get adjusted if there's
Okay.
going to be equity, so I don't really know what that is. But I would think that Prop 218 would kick in, and I don't think we could decide on that ourselves. They could have to be put to the voters, so
Okay.
that'd be my kind of gut feel, but I don't know precisely.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, let's see, as Councilmember Egger said, I was able to participate in the promotion along with Mayor Pro Tem Graham Mejia on the 4 officers, and what a fun event that was. It was crowded in here, it was noisy, and it was one of those nice celebrations. So I want to thank the chief for involving us and the council for being there, and I think it's just one of those good things that we can do. Let's see, we talked about the fire authority, and I think that's that one. Kudos to Corey for the 4th of July I didn't stay on base. I wanted to avoid traffic, but I did see it from afar, and I thought the duration of the show exceeded prior years, and the height of the fireworks certainly were enjoyable from the vantage point I was at. So with that, I'll just go ahead and ask the manager for any quick report you might have for us.
Nothing much, but since we're talking about the 4th of July, I had a great vantage point. My aunt and uncle live off the 6th green of the Navy golf course, and it was fantastic. So from that perspective.
Okay. All right, with that, we'll go ahead
Mayor,
and...
if you could indulge me for just a moment, I just wanted to add something that I failed to during public comment. I wanted to commend Southland Credit Union's support of the Sugar Beet Festival. As lead sponsor, title sponsor, they really got the whole thing going, getting other sponsors involved, and
Okay.
I thought that they should be recognized.
Thank you.
Thank you for your indulgence.
Okay. Okay, with that, we'll go ahead, and we have 2 closed sessions. I think we'll just get through them as quickly as we can and adjourn at 10:59. That'll be the process.
You need to say what they are.
Could you...
Yes, one is public employee appointment regarding the city manager pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, and conference with legal counsel regarding initiation of litigation, Government Code 54958.9 D4. That's actually 6.9, not 8.9. One proposed litigation regarding the Prologis developments in the city of Cypress.
Okay, thank you.